control. Like, listen, right? I don't like Stanley. I think the only person I have banned was Stanley.
And Nate, Stanley doesn't state the obvious, like what the F. He's used talking points. Yes, he does. Yes, he does.
The nature of American culture, it's a white people problem. Okay? I literally said they need to understand
that people bother you like that. If they want to beef with you, it's called Stanley versus the world.
And just assume their character by stereotype?
I think people do that every day.
Okay, I didn't ask you.
What do I think is okay?
We're going to do table setting. So before we get into it, let me just let you guys know that my dominant hand is my left hand. However, I typically shoot long rifles with my right hand. But when I eat, I am left hand dominant. So the way that I'm going to set this up is if I was going to a formal dinner, the RSVP, and they will typically ask you, is anybody, left, right-handed? Do you have any allergies, so on and so forth? This tends to happen when you go to nice events. So what I tend to do is say, hey, we have one in the party that is left-handed, which would be me. So they would set my table setting up in a left-handed manner. I'm pretty sure you guys know what this is. You get you a nice placemat. It's not a requirement because you're going to have other things that's going to go down there as well. So get you a nice table, placemat. Okay. You're going to line it up. If you're sitting at the head of the table, you take your thumb about an inch away, so to speak, and going to be right there at the end. A charger plate. A charger plate is, of course, decoration, of course. However, in the event that they don't have a placemat and they bring you out a plate of hot food, you would need a charger plate so you won't damage the tablecloth. So that's what people typically use this for. And also to pick up any food debris when you're being served or when you're eating. And you put that down there before, right there in the center. So it's very simple. Your dinner plate. So you're going to use your dinner plate, put that right in the center. Right there. I can't see the front thing. It should be lined up. The next thing you're going to get, you have two bowls, right? So the bigger bowl is always going to be your salad bowl. The smaller bowl is going to be your soup bowl if soup is being served. Goes right there in the middle, and soup bowl right there. Bang. So this will be your bread plate. Little small plate. You guys probably have some of these in your cabinets. But yeah, this will be your bread plate. This would go right off to the side, a little bit away from the placemat. So right there, catty corner. This is your butter knife. You see that? So this is the butter knife that you guys that we are typically used to using. Can you see the difference? See how it's a little bit curved a little bit? So this is a little small knife, and it goes right there on your bread plate. Right about, I want to say 10 to 4. Right there. And you always want to put the serrated edges facing you, because if you put it this way, then that in some countries that's considered threatening. I know it's a little thing, but I always like to put the edges or the serrated edges, the sharp side, close to me, like pointed directly towards me. Okay, so about 10 to 4. Your tea and coffee saucer, about the same thing as the bread plate. So you just have that like right there off to the side, and then you're gonna have your tea or coffee cup. Very simple. You can put the handle like this way, or some people do like this, but I like to put it like this so I can just easy pick it up. Your glasses. This wine glass is typically for the white wine. The smaller glass, just remember that, for the white wine. All right? Small. Large, of course, is for what? Full-bodied red wine. I had to take this out of the safe because I collect these. This is Baccarat Crystal. So I had to take it out of the safe. We do have some that we use, but it's typically Waterford, the marquee sets. But these, I'm definitely keep those at keepsakes. They are collectors. And then you have your flute for your champagne. This is your water glass. This is a Waterford crystal glass. It is typically affordable. You can find the marquee version of these for about $41 for a set of 4, but this is actual crystal glass. It may not be full lead. It just is just a little bit of percentage down. This is a full lead crystal. Get you a nice, water glass, whiskey glass, whatever it is. Okay. When you're setting up your cups, your glasses, you're going to have the water glass right there to the side. Same thing like we have the bread plate. You could typically go off that. The next thing, you're just going around. 12 o'clock, right there. And then you have 3 o'clock, right there. Some people, you could have it a little bit closer depending on, how far you have to reach and things like that. So now you got your foursome set up. Oh. I know y'all probably like, God, dog, how many you got? So you got 4 forks. I know people like, man, we doing too much, man. We just doing a lot, okay? So yeah, so these are your 4 forks. So I mean, the simple way to remember them, bigger one, of course, is going to be your dinner fork. Then you're going to have your salad fork, and then you're going to have your dessert fork, and then you're going to have your seafood or oyster or fruit cup, little skewer. They call it a fork, but it's typically used for like shrimp, or you can use this for oysters. When they give you like a medley of fruit, you can pick it up with this small little prong type fork. It has 2 things. Okay, the way that you set it up is you're gonna work when you eat. You're gonna work from the outside in the courses of meals. Okay, so if I say you go from the outside in, then the closest fork to your plate, or the closest fork to your plate, would be your dinner fork. So that gets put like right there. Then the next fork would be your salad fork. You put that right there, line it up, everything, so it's nice and neat. And then you have your dessert fork. Your dessert fork goes right there at the top, because that's the last course that you're going to use, right? It's last course you're going to eat, okay? So that's going to go right there. But typically they'll serve this with the plate that or the cup that the shrimp cocktail comes in, or the fruit medley or something like that. It's rarely put out there on the plate, but if it is, you can put it right there. That's fine, or something like that. It doesn't matter. This won't be here once you do it. I like to put mine right there. If I do plan on serving seafood, then our little shrimp cocktail, you can put it right there. That's perfectly fine. Your knives. Hold on, let me get a couple more. Then you got to have your steak knife. You guys see that? Look at that. Oh man, these are nice. This is a gift. So your steak knife would typically be right there. So once again, we got the largest one. We got the medium size. And we got our smallest one. So you guys see the difference? Okay, so the largest one. That's going to be your soup spoon. I got to pull this up. I ain't got room. I'm going to move the glasses here in a second so you guys can see where
I thought soup spoons were
Coffee,
rounded.
Or tea. That goes right there. You have your dessert spoon. And of course, this goes right there aligned at the top of your setup. And the reason why the dessert fork and spoon is at the top is because you just simply slide it down when it's time to eat. You see that? So whichever side it's going to be on, you just slide it down from the top. Slide this one the same way, and it'll be like right here once the stuff is cleared off. So there you have it. That's from start to finish on how you set up your plating once you get prepared to serve a formal dinner. And this is something you could practice, a gentleman with a nice young lady. If you got your nice table, it wants to surprise you. You have her, over your house. You serve a nice little meal. These are for women that you like. I know y'all, man. These women don't deserve it, medium man. No, man, with a woman that you actually like, you set that up and you good to go, man. Okay, good. And then also you have your napkin, and you could just do a simple fold. You don't have to get fancy with it. I know people like to do swans and shit like that. Nah, it's more than acceptable to just have a nice little fold like that. See right there? Okay. And you just put that to the side. You can line it up, and that's going to be everything. So that's how it looks when you sit down. So I'm going to stand up here, and I'm going to show you guys how you're supposed. Hopefully you can hear me when I say this, but all right. Got my back pillow because I'm old. When you first come to the table, you do not immediately sit down, and then you go off of the host. So if the host sits down, then you sit down, okay, guys? Or if you're out on a date with a young woman or with a beautiful woman, you sit her first, right? She comes to her chair, you hold it out for her, and you gently slide it in. So you do that before you sit down. You go ahead and make sure she's good, then you go to your chair and you sit down. So when you sit down, the first thing that you're going to do, first thing, don't make any too much noise with your chair. You sit down and you grab your napkin. That's the first thing you do. You don't need to do all this. Don't cause a scene. Don't draw any attention. I see people doing this. Nah, man. If it's folded up, just simply do this. Grab the napkin, ma'am, when you first sit down, and you put it on your lap. And that's going to stay there until you say you have to use the restroom. But you don't voice that to the table. You just say, excuse me for a second, excuse me for a second. And you get up, and since you already been eating, you do not put your napkin on the table. Don't do that, because you may have food debris on this napkin. Where do you put it? So when you sit down, you got it there, you say, excuse me for a second. You sit up.
Hey, Mo Love. Oops. CK, well, good. Then you will get this food off of you. Would you spill the food or did you eat it? I've never heard of anybody describing eating a big Thanksgiving dinner that way. What's up, Mo Love?
Hey, what's up? I'm so sorry I'm late.
Much. Oh, that's all right. I started. This is fascinating. Media Man. I don't know if you're familiar.
Oh, I've heard of him. Mm-hmm.
Well, he's literally doing, and I guess you would call this kind of an etiquette sort of lesson and how to set a table and all this.
Okay.
Well, I'm 60 years old, and I've, nobody does this shit. It's so pretentious.
Right.
I would literally never think, like, I've had, back in my dating days, I've had women over, but usually it's like, I'll grill out or, nothing. Now, if I were a woman and a guy invited me over to his place and he had these formal place settings and stuff, I'd literally be scared. It'd be like, I don't know if there's a movie called, was it American Psycho? I read the book years ago, but they did a movie of it, and, with some rich Wall Street type guy. And I could imagine him doing something like this. No date should be this formal. But anyway.
This is a lie. It was
such a odd thing. This guy's kind of like a manosphere guy.
Is he?
Yeah, kind of. I don't, I know CKJ3 is a big fan, and a couple other people. I think Fred's a fan. It's just so odd. So I figured it's Thanksgiving, and this was released before Thanksgiving. So maybe that's what he was thinking. Hey, if you invite your girl over or your fiance,
maybe. Yeah.
But I mean, you don't need all this. Now, the other odd thing is like some of this crystal he keeps in a safe because it's expensive, like Waterford and all this expensive crystal. What for? Why would you keep it in the safe? Now, my mother had the china cabinet,
Mm-hmm.
and the expensive china that you'd only pull out at like Christmas and Thanksgiving, and no, you can't put it in the dishwasher. It's got to be done by hand, and the silver that actually has to be polished.
Yeah.
But that is something that I mean, my wife and I inherited her mother's china cabinet and some of the china and stuff. But that
Mm-hmm.
was like, I don't want nothing to do with that. If you want it, you dust it, you take care of it. I want nothing
Hmm.
to do with it. So,
Right.
so how was your Thanksgiving?
It was good. As soon as I got to my parents' house, my twin nephews, 3-year-old, they were like, Auntie, we baked a cake. Come eat some. So whatever they did, they did. I pretended to like it, but it was so cute. I was like, oh my gosh, this
Would
is
they
great.
make the cake?
They made it, but I could tell some of the ingredients were missing. But hey, it was their
like
first cake.
like the sugar?
Yes. And I think the butter too,
You
it was
didn't
so
you
dry.
made a cake and didn't put sugar in it?
It
Oh
was
my
so
Lord.
dry. But they were so excited. They were like, do you like it, Auntie? Do you love it, Auntie? I was like, absolutely.
Well, the thing is it's like fishing. If you get kids enthused about something like that, they will be
Mm-hmm.
good at it by the time they're teenagers. Like, you know, um, I would actually say in freshwater, my son's a better fisherman than I am. I don't
Oh
like
wow.
freshwater fishing.
Okay.
Oh yeah, he's better because I don't like freshwater fishing. I'm a saltwater guy.
Mm-hmm.
I fish in freshwater just because I live too far away from the ocean. But no,
Okay.
he's simply better because he's more interested in it.
Got you.
But
I haven't gone fishing in years. I used to go with my dad, but it's been a while.
I don't go as often as I used to. I mean, I live a 10-minute walk from a private pond that I can use pretty much anytime I want. It's a good sized pond.
Okay, that's
You can put a
good.
put a canoe on it, and but yeah, maybe I'll do. I keep saying I'm going to do it, but it's too
Mm-hmm.
cold
How
now.
was yours?
It was actually better than I expected. I woke up. I was up late because I doing a little dinner prep, and then I
Mm-hmm.
woke up at like 6. I woke up earlier, but I actually got up at 6 because I pretty much had everything mapped out of when things should happen. And I was most worried about the turkey, but believe it or not, the other thing is my thermometer with the alarm. I hadn't used it in a while, and it wouldn't work, so I had to do all the thermometer work kind of by feel. But
Okay.
the turkey literally turned out perfect, which
Oh, that's
I tried
good.
a new technique, which I was gonna play. I might still show the video. It involves a pizza stone,
Mm-hmm.
believe it or not. Uh,
Mm-hmm.
Using the pizza stone is kind of like a heat. He called it a thermal battery,
Mm-hmm.
where you heat the oven up to 500 for like 5 hours with the pizza stone or pizza steel in there. And then
Mm-hmm.
when you're ready to do the turkey, you place it on top of the pizza stone in a cookie sheet, basically, and
Oh wow.
that allows and then you turn the oven down to 350, so the top of the bird is basically going to be eventually around 350, so it
Mm-hmm.
in theory cooks slower than the legs do, because
Oh.
the legs and the breast cook it like they're actually finished at different temperatures because one's
Mm-hmm.
dark meat, one's white meat. It's a little complicated, but it actually worked. And then I did cornbread stuffing, which I actually
Ooh, I
got
love
right,
it.
and
Mm-hmm.
I wound up doing broccoli, sweet potatoes, and carrots. It's kind of
Ooh,
like a roasted vegetable medley, and
that's
that worked
different.
too.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm gonna do. As a matter of fact, everything I did for Thanksgiving, because I'm supposed to go home, to Savannah.
Mhm.
Probably gonna do it the same things I did. If they want turkey, if they don't, that's even better. But I'm just gonna do what I did for Thanksgiving. Because it was just me, my father-in-law, and my son.
Okay. Well, that's good that everything turned out great. Ours did too. Of course, here for the tea came over. These are, this is everything that I could.
Did
You
y'all
guys
fight?
can take a plate. Of course, she was like, I have this on lock. My food is the best. I'm not gonna lie, the food was amazing. And then my mom made a big pot of gumbo, and she did like dressing on the side, but my sister did ham, macaroni, yams, the stuffing. Everything was great.
Well, to Fred's question, I've been cooking since I was like, I've been cooking like cooking probably since I was definitely freshman year of high school, maybe even eighth grade. But it was
Mhm.
simple stuff like scrambled eggs and instant grits, nothing too complicated. But I would say, like, kind of advanced home cooking, I've pretty much been doing for 35 years.
Oh, that's
Um,
good.
so, if there's a recipe, I can follow a recipe, and I'm advanced enough that when I look at a recipe, uh, unless it's something I have no idea how to do it, I look at recipes as advice, not necessarily instructions,
Right.
especially like baking recipes. You just know after years, like, no, I don't want to put that much salt in it, because, there are people, high blood pressure, there are people
Mhm.
who don't need this much salt. So, um, that is the benefit of starting when you're a kid. You just, if you just know what to do. The turkey was had me a little nervous. Um, I have done turkeys before, but it's been years, so that did worry me. But generally, if you do a turkey low and slow, especially if you tie it up so the legs are up, close to the body, so it cooks
Mhm.
more unit, and then you can tent the breast. There are ways to do a turkey just to make sure that the breast isn't too dry. But yeah, it took forever. At the end of the day, I could barely eat. I was so tired. But other than that, I slept like a baby. I
Did
was
you? I did when I finally went to sleep last night. I
I
was like,
was tired.
yes, because I don't have my boy. Well, my son left with his dad. His dad came to get him from my parents' house yesterday, and my
Mhm.
oldest son went with here for the tea. So I was like, oh my gosh, let me take advantage of rest right now. And when I tell
Exactly.
you, I have not slept that long and that peaceful in a while. I would say, what time did I end up going to sleep? Maybe I went to sleep around 5 a.m.
Oh,
and I woke
wow.
up and I woke up around 1 p.m. today. That was like 7 hours straight. And then I had 2 glasses of wine with my mom. So I know that
Oh,
helped too.
nice.
Yeah.
Well, I was probably in bed by 9. That I mean, I was that tired. Um, and but and I did eat. So, that helped, but no, I fell asleep, and I usually wake up around 1 or 2 in the morning just because. Um,
Mm-hmm.
but no, I woke up and it was 6. So, and there was no, the funny part, it was sheer exhaustion. I was too tired to drink beer or anything like that. I was literally, now I did have a couple beers while I was cooking. So, that.
Yeah.
But the meal, after the meal, and it was kind of heavy, with the cornbread stuffing, and I even got the gravy right. And I didn't, you know what? I had a turkey carcass that I forgot about.
Mm-hmm.
And so I had like probably 8 cups of turkey stock for the gravy. I just had everything I needed. And the
That's
turkey was
good.
like $7. I got like
The
a 10-pound turkey.
$7.
It was 48 cents a pound.
Oh
That's the
wow.
only thing. That's the only thing in Trump's America that was cheaper. It was turkeys.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
And that now I have to say, that made it a better Thanksgiving.
Mm-hmm.
So,
Absolutely.
what's up, Richard? So I want to watch the rest of this, and then I have some news articles that I'm going to breeze through. I wasn't even going to do news articles, but this Washington D.C. Shooting of the National Guards people, it's almost an imperative that I have to at least breeze through it. So this is let's see, 11. So we got 14 minutes of this left. It's bound to be amusing. I don't get it. This just seems odd that a guy is collecting crystal and
Right.
keeping it in a safe. That is odd. So to me it's pretentious. But CKJ3, I think it was him who introduced me to Media Man, and I like Media Man. I'm not really making a criticism. I'm just commenting on how odd this is.
Mm-hmm.
You put it on your chair. Put it on your chair, tuck it in, and then you go out. Okay, do what you need to do. When you come back, you grab the napkin, sit down, don't make too much noise.
Is he serious?
I'm afraid he is.
Napkin.
He's a serious man.
Now, if a young lady has to go use the restroom, right? She has to go powder her nose, so to speak. When she gets up, she excuses herself. What do you do as a gentleman? You get up. You get up. And then you sit down when she leaves. When she comes back, you get up again. Okay? Then you wait till she sits down. You can either help her or then you sit down. Okay? Every time. Now, if somebody, like one of your, let's say your brother or something like that comes later a little bit, or somebody comes to the table, you have to greet them. As a man, you always stand up, shake their hand, never stay seated when you're shaking a man's hand. And I'm specifically speaking to the young men because I've seen some young men do that. No, don't sit down and shake a man's hand. I just always thought that was very dainty when I see guys doing that. Okay.
Oh,
So
more dainty than collecting crystal?
Europe. It is perfectly acceptable. Remember, I'm left-handed, so I like to cut my left-handed. One thing you do not want to do, and and shout out to that young lady that was there.
I guess it is something.
It was, I think it was a fork or a
here.
knife or something like that.
Well, Richard, I'm not necessarily against. Well, fine dining isn't anywhere near this formal. It's you're not gonna have like 4 different glasses, one for red wine, one for white wine, and one for like a champagne flute in a water glass. I've never seen. Now I've just never, I've only done fine dining, a few times over the years. Nothing anywhere near this many forks. The last time I saw anything near this was like Downton Abbey. That's normal people don't eat Downton Abbey style.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, there is in Europe, Fred. I've literally never been to a place where they had 3 different wine glasses in a water glass. I don't care. Champagne in a wine glass doesn't hurt my feelings because champagne is wine. And usually restaurants will serve champagne in a flute. I mean, the flute is kind of necessary because of the bubbles. And I understand the full body glass for the red wine. But all I'm saying is when you invite your girlfriend over for dinner, you're not doing all this. I would think it's weird to but anyway, I'm far be it from me to criticize a successful YouTube content creator.
Was doing like this, and she had to like hold it down, and people was cooking her for it because she really didn't know. So I don't want you guys to look awkward or get cooked on social media. So one thing you don't want to do is what I'm doing right now. Is like waving the knife around. You don't want to, hey, that was a good, hey, what you talking about? No, that's threatening. Just remember that. Okay. So if you're in Europe, traditional style, or in Britain, something like that, the traditional way that they eat, they just grab, they have both of their utensils in their hand. They cut, they hold, they press, and you don't want to saw. You don't want to do all that where you got to move. Just nice, gentle strokes. Pause. For the ladies, sometimes they'll teach you the ladies to do like this. Just cut in one direction. Okay? So when you're cutting, unless you're cutting the food or the steak or the chicken for a child, never cut more than one piece, the piece that you are going to eat. And when you do cut a piece, make sure it's small enough to where you don't have to, smack, you don't have to open your mouth and all this type of stuff. Get small bites to where you can, navigate it in your mouth, pause, and then you go ahead and eat it. So if you're in Europe, you cut your little piece right there, and they keep the knife in their hand, and then they eat. Okay? This is the traditional style, all right? The American style is completely different. Let me show you guys. And you may not even recognize it, but I do it all the time. So you come, if you're in America, like we are now, we do the crisscross, of course. Okay? So you have your utensils, you secure it right there, you cut your food just like that. And then instead of keeping the knife in our head, and then we switch sides and we grab it and then we eat. You see the difference? Like this and this. Okay? This traditional America, this. You don't want to have the handle sticking out. So this is us. Okay? So let me show you guys again. This is for Americans. Right there. Got it? Like I said, I'm left-handed, so I crisscross once, press down, cut my food, and instead of keeping this in my hand, crisscross. And then you grab the food, and then you bring it to your mouth. You never lean down to eat food, and that's why you have the charger plate, and you also have your napkin on your lap. This is going to be tougher, and that's why it's very important that you get small pieces of food. So when you eat in American style, you're going to keep this hand on your lap, you grab your food, and you never lean down to eat. No. Grab your food, bring it up to your mouth, and then you chew. And then you get ready to eat your next meal. So then again, you got to crisscross. Grab, depending on which hand you are. You cut another piece. Put this right here. Crisscross. Grab your food. Hand in the lap. Right there. Okay? Bam, bam. Not this. You know what I'm saying? Okay. And I know this, and the reason why this, you probably like, man, it's easier if I just do it like this. Dinner is supposed to be like, a place where you can, talk, and you're supposed to spend a little bit of time with each other, right? So that's why these formal dinners tend to take a little bit of time. And the last formal dinner was at the Macallan Distillery. I took a trip all the way to Scotland so I could purchase a barrel of Macallan to invest in. And they set it up to where we had a nice formal dining setting right there in the distillery. It was absolutely amazing. I'll post some pictures here after we get done. While there's food or drink on the table, you cannot put your elbows on the table, okay? So if there's food and drink or whatever on the table, never do this. But while you're waiting, or if you're waiting for the next course, you can sit your wrists on the table like this. Make sure your hands are always synced. If there's no food or drinks or whatever on the table, right? You can put your elbows on the table. Yes, it's perfectly fine. And that's in any setting. But as soon as that food comes, right here. Okay? We good? All right. Another thing, when you
Well, can you, if there's no food or drink on the table, can you get up and twerk on the table? See,
Right.
he needs to do this live so people can ask him questions.
Mm-hmm.
Kelvin, salute. What's up? What's up there, J Dub? It's it's
And he said,
etiquette.
I'm sorry.
No, go ahead.
He was saying this is a time where, you really want to have great conversation. Okay, but we're focused so much on everything else. Like, yeah, it's a lot.
Now look at the smart ass from London here. We don't know how to eat.
We absolutely know
Okay,
how.
you don't need anything more complicated than your fingers to eat. And I know you don't eat like this in merry old England, sir.
Every day.
Right. That's right. See, Kelvin is from Downton Abbey. That's where he came from. They dressed formally for every dinner and had like how many forks? Had like 4 forks and 3 wine glasses. And apparently if people don't eat like that, they're barbarians.
Mm-hmm.
Little freak. Nobody wants booty juice residue in their wine. Wow, Fred. That's graphic.
if you have to ask for the salt or ask for the pepper, if there's a little caddy right there, you never just give them one. Okay? So
what? Wait, hold it.
Think of it like this. If I ask you
what do you mean if you don't know etiquette? Dude, nobody walks in blind to a formal dinner. It's not like, hey, I was on my way to my girlfriend's house and we were going to do Thanksgiving with her parents and they served like 4 forks. That doesn't fucking happen. If most times you go to a formal dinner, that it's going to be formal because there's going to be formal dress. And, if you don't know, there are plenty YouTube videos, there are books. And you know what? If you don't know the etiquette, just ask somebody.
If you were sitting here and I say, hey, could you please pass the salt? And then instead of
I would be surprised.
Salt,
I really would be there, J-Dub. I'd be very surprised.
In a little caddy. I wish I had.
I'd be surprised if they invited me. For starters,
grinder salt and pepper things, but yeah, the little small one comes in a caddy. You give them both. Thank you. Same thing with bread. All right. So if the bread is over there, instead of reaching over the table to grab the bread, you ask somebody to pass it to you. Could you pass me the bread,
that's the
please?
Waltons. Everybody knows that.
You grab the bucket or whatever it is, the little basket. You grab one piece of bread, okay, and then you give it back. That's simple. It's a simple thing. But then one thing that you need to know about bread, it's perfectly fine to break it with your hands into small pieces. And instead of buttering the whole roll, you only butter the piece that you're about to eat. And if there is a bread or a butter plate, then you just go ahead and grab you a nice little sliver of it. You don't take the whole thing and you sit it on your bread plate. And that's the butter that you're going to use so you can make sure that there's enough for everybody at the table. Don't go overboard with the butter. All right, just take enough to where you can butter your roll.
Really, Richard?
So it's perfectly fine to break it with your hands in the little small pieces, and then you go ahead and butter that typical piece. A little small piece, you eat that, good to go.
I agree with that, Fred.
Saying, when you have your water, you don't have to take your drink of water.
He's telling. So
if you have to
wait,
use
hold
your
it.
napkin instead of doing this. All this stuff, just dab a little bit. If you got to put some pressure on it, you can do that as well. You could do this right there.
Oh,
Nice
this
little
is
swipe.
funny.
Nobody will notice, but you could just do a nice little swipe, bam, and then you put it back down there. Okay, you shouldn't have a gang of stuff on your face. And I know that the folks with children, small children, you
no
guys like to
crumbs
go out
in
to
your
eat and
goatee.
stuff like that. That is very tough to do, but I mean, you got to manage it. If you got to take your kids out to a formal dinner, so be it.
Oh, dude, don't take your wait. Hold it. Do people take their kids to formal dinners?
I mean, I didn't think so.
I wouldn't. I'd skip it if I had to take. I might even skip it. My son's 19, and I might still skip it.
Mm-hmm.
It's like I'm not taking that heathen with me.
That's funny.
Let's see. Richard says once you get a few drinks deep, you gotta be forgetting all this etiquette bullshit and just devolve into normal human behavior. You know what?
Exactly.
I'm not sure I disagree with that.
Mm-hmm.
As a matter of fact, you could just use it as an excuse. Well, I was a little drunk. I used my shrimp fork to fork the bread off the bread plate, so I wouldn't have to reach.
Right.
You have children. What I used to like to do when I went out with my daughter, if she made a mess, which kids always do, I would like to tip them a little bit extra. Common practice, most people, like the bare minimum, 15% if the service was good, and then 20% if the service was amazing. And I'm pretty sure it's a couple of videos out there that will tell you the same thing. That's typically the rule of thumb. Or if there was a tough, like if something went wrong at your table and the person is doing everything they can to make sure that you guys have a great experience.
Hey, Fred, I have a question for you. I mean, you're over in Europe. You have been to restaurants in France and places like that. I mean, do they do this sort of thing? Because even in American fine dining, they don't get that formal. I mean, not to a degree. Now, I seem to recall that there are restaurants that kind of specialize in multi-course meals and stuff. But even then, I've never been to, and it's not like I know that much. I've never, I probably know more about fancy restaurants from, like TV shows, from like watching the Food Network. But I've been a couple times, but nothing this elaborate.
Mm-hmm.
So in general, let's see, what'd you say? Hey, what's up, Ignat? Yeah, it does devolve after the drinks start flowing. Oh, well, even I've been to I've been to an army, like what do they call them? They don't call them formal. It's a dining in. The Navy, I don't ever remember having like a ship's dining in. They don't really, if there's like the Navy Marine thing, but usually the officers who get invited to those are more senior. But I have been to a couple Army, when I was in Army ROTC, a couple dining ins. They weren't this fancy.
Mm-hmm.
But then we're talking back in the 80s, maybe things changed. So anyway, let's finish this off because
I'll just tip them a little bit
the
more.
comedy value is waning.
You always want to make sure you take care of your servers. You never be disrespectful. None of that. Okay, especially with the gentlemen.
Well,
please do not do
that's
that
common
in front
sense.
of a woman's company. And the same thing goes for women. I told you guys a story that a long time ago, I dated a woman who, when she would go out, she would order drinks, but instead of ordering the exact drink that was on their menu, she would tell them, "Oh, can you put this in it? Oh man, do you guys have any of this? Can you put that in it too? And take that out. I don't like that." And she would do that all the time, and it bothered me so much because at the end of ordering, she just created another drink. That's somewhat disrespectful to the restaurant. Okay. And I used to hate that. I'm like, oh my God, this girl is changing the whole thing. And the same thing as somebody,
What's up,
they have
Kimmy? How
chicken
you doing?
Alfredo, your friend would be like, hey, instead of the chicken, can you put steak in there? Can you substitute it for steak? I'm like, oh Lord. So yeah, so try and go with, whatever. And then also another thing, and this may be a little bit
Now,
of
see,
bonus.
I
What
totally
if you go to a
disagree with that. Now, I do think you should go with what's on the menu. Um, but you know, drinks or being at a bar or something like that's a little different. You
Mm-hmm.
know, there there are things that I wouldn't have a problem. Especially I don't know. I guess it would just depend on the company and the restaurant. I
Yeah.
have a huge thing. Let me tell you a story. I went on a date. This is shoot. I was in my early 30s, maybe.
Mm-hmm.
And I met this girl, and it was, and I'm not going to get knee deep, but she was from the hood. I've told this story before. The only reason we were together is I think we were just fascinated with each other. She was hood, straight out hood, but Savannah, well, it was Savannah hood though. Savannah hood back in the day. This is like the late '90s, actually. It wasn't like Chicago hood. It was a little, being hood can be genteel. And you know me, I'm just kind of like a preternatural prep. You know what? Um, so we dated for maybe 8 months. But anyway, we first, I think it was the first time I went out on a date with her. We went to this mid-level seafood restaurant in Savannah. So we got to the restaurant, and we're sitting there, and I'd known her for a little while. It wasn't like a blind date or anything like that. So anyway, we'd gone through like a couple glasses of wine, just waiting for the food. So finally, I'm like, well, damn, you know what? If I drink any more, I'm gonna want to party, not eat. So I called the waitress over, and I'm like, well, what's going on? This is an inordinately long time to wait for dinner. We've gone through a couple glasses of wine. So the waitress was like, well, we're having some problems, with the range, and we're down to a couple burners. So everybody's, the orders are backed up and all this stuff. So you know what? I wasn't even trying to be impressive. I have
Mm-hmm.
a thing for restaurants. I expect like service,
Yeah.
not anything over the top. But dude, if you're gonna pay top dollar, the P's and Q's, the T's crossed, I's dotted, all that sort of stuff. So I just, and I was nice to the waitress. I'm like, well, wow, uh, they should have told us that at the very beginning. So
Right.
I asked her, I need to speak to your manager. So, the manager comes over, and I was not mincing words when I said, um, I come here, we're waiting like an hour. Don't you think you should have told us, just so we had the choice of either stay and wait for dinner
Exactly.
or go somewhere else, if something's not functioning. So you know what? I got up, and I was like, hey, date, let's go find another place to eat dinner. I was on my way to the door.
Mm-hmm.
So I get to the door, and the manager comes running up to me. She's like, well, aren't you going to pay for the wine? I looked at her,
Mm,
and I said, you know what? After all this, I expected to be comped, and walked out.
exactly.
And I'm like, if you go ahead and call the cops if you want, because I'm gonna. Well, I did have a little bit of of an advantage,
Mhm.
but you know what? And honestly, I wasn't. I was annoyed. And I didn't cause a scene because I didn't know this girl. So we get to the car, and she was stunned. She's like, "Well, damn, I didn't know you had it in you. I'm like, I have this thing. If I go to a restaurant, no, I'm not going to compromise. You either give me the service I'm paying for, or I can go somewhere else. So all that to say, I hold restaurants, like I don't even go to fast food restaurants because it's gotten to a point now, especially if you go through the drive-through, it's a
Mhm.
flip. It's a coin flip whether they even get the order right. So I just, fast food isn't that good. I can make it at home. So, I was a fussy old man even when I was young. Is maybe
That's
that's
funny.
any bad restaurant experiences?
Bad. I've had a few bad experiences, and they normally like compensate me for them.
Oh,
I
this
did.
woman wanted me to pay. I was
That's
like,
crazy. But I'm glad you
because
stood. Yeah, you let her know. Are you serious? This is the
I would
least.
expect her to go, well, hey, we're sorry for the rate or for the wait. We'll just comp the wine. And when she didn't say that, I just got, and we were at the kind of, at a large, like, ceiling to floor window because it was out on the water. So we were a ways from the front door. We were nowhere near. So, I'm just like, well, you know what? Nope, we're not gonna wait. A couple glasses of wine. Shit, if I keep this up, I'm gonna be too drunk to drive.
Yeah.
So, so, so she catches me at the door. It was so funny. I almost busted out laughing.
Yeah.
But and we did go to another restaurant. It's like
I
place
would have too.
downtown. We were out on the water. This was in Savannah, so I'd have gotten away with it. Um,
Hmm.
I wouldn't do it in Atlanta.
Yeah.
So, all right. Well, let's finish up with Mr. Manners here.
Dining setting, and they serve something that you don't like. What do? don't don't be disrespectful. I don't like that. No, just leave it on the plate. Try it if you can. If you can stomach it, just try it, and then you can typically leave it there. All right. So it's in certain ways a signal if you're done with your meal or you're still going. If you're still eating, then you could just do like this. If you have to get up and you're just taking a break, or you sit back and you're taking a break from eating, you just, you can either crisscross, or it's a couple of ways. I know in certain countries they like to do like this, about 10 to 4. There's many different ways that you can signal that you're done eating, but typically by your plate, they will know and they will go ahead and pick it up, or they will understand that if it's crossing, you can sit there and wait and you just finish your food or whatever.
Well, what you can't do? I thought they threw the napkin on top of
I
it.
mentioned this before, guys. When you're out in at a restaurant, and they'll serve you your dinner, and you guys will take a couple of bites, and your mouth is so full, the server will come back and be like, "How you guys enjoying it?" And you sitting there. I hate that. Typically, like if it's a nice setting, I'm gonna have them wait, and then I'm gonna chew my food, and then I'll answer them after that. But typically, what the servers like to do, what I learned as being a public health professional for a while and doing those food inspections, they would do that because they don't want to be bothered. So they will come over there and wait till y'all got some food in your mouth, so you won't be demanding certain things from them. Because all you want to do is get them out of your face, be like, "It's good," and then they'll go away or whatever. So typically, if it's a nice place, they won't do that. Okay, they'll wait, and then or they'll see that you have a break in eating, and then they'll ask you, "Is everything to your liking?" "Oh yeah, it's great, thank you." It is what it is. And then also, if you have to serve,
See,
send certain things back, and it was a fault.
now I have to stop here. Now,
Mhm.
ordinarily I would fuss at Fred, but I must say he's more classy than I am. He's had all these European experiences. I'm just a rude American. But see, Fred is a continental. So
That's funny.
So J-Dub, you must do what Fred says. Now the thing is in the United States, if you lay your utensils like that, they probably the waiters won't know what it means. they, they might still think you're eating. None of his dates had fun. That's funny. So let's see how much more we got of this. 2 more minutes. We'll hear him out.
Let's say if you ordered something that has, it has onions in it, but you tell them to take off the onions, but they serve it to you and it does have onions. You could tell them to go ahead and take it back because that's an error on them. Okay, but if it's an error on your end, then it's typically frowned upon for you to tell them to take it back. Like if you did order something, but you like, nah, I want to order, I wanted this instead because it doesn't, whatever. That's typically frowned upon, but you're paying at the end of the day. So if you order something and it doesn't taste right, or it's too hot or something like that, too much pepper, then it's perfectly fine to send that food back. But if it's something trivial, try and stick with it because you don't want to put the servers through a lot of strife trying to get your food.
You don't want spit in that food.
Again, it's frowned upon, but you're paying at the end of the day, so you do what you want. All right.
All right. Well, I that
was a lot.
As much as I'm teasing him, I like medium, man.
I do too.
I'm not going to I'm not going to shit on him too bad. So let me run through these news articles, and I hate to be serious, but I think some of this stuff demands at least a little bit of attention. Mm-hmm. One of the suspect in the National Guard shooting, obviously he's going to be charged with first-degree murder. Apparently he drove all the way from Washington State to Washington, D.C. He is a former Afghani who worked for the CIA. Mm-hmm. And the interesting thing is he came into the United States, based on, the work he did during the Iraq War. He came in under Biden, but what you're not going to hear is Trump, bash Biden for this, because last April, he applied for asylum and the Trump administration approved it. I guess, they went through and vetted him, gave him a second vetting. And then apparently he was either in the process or approved for asylum. He was in the process. So Trump's not going to be able to blame Biden, at least not credibly.
Right.
So DC police will start patrolling with the National Guard. And I'm going to be honest. Why have the National Guard there at all? If they weren't armed, and I thought they were wearing like vests. At least that's what I assume these like utility looking things are. Fred would know. I thought they were Kevlar or something. And Kevlar's not 100% protection, but now Metro Police, or not Metro, but the DC Police, whatever they're called, are going to be partnering up with the National Guard. So why have the National Guard at all?
Right.
I'm kind of confused on that point, but it'll all work out. So Trump has vowed to freeze migration from third world countries. So he's gonna go off the deep end over this. And I think the big irony is that the National Guard and all these federal law enforcement agencies are in DC to stop local crime, and it just comes out of nowhere, like an Afghani national drives across the country all the way to DC. The irony is that the local crime didn't cause this ruckus. In
You don't
my
think
opinion,
that
Trump.
go
Go ahead.
You don't think that that could have been like a setup or
Oh no, I don't.
no? Okay.
I think it is what it is. And I
Mhm.
think Trump kind of has egg on his face. If you think below the surface, it wasn't local crime that wound up killing a National Guardsman. It was some dude who wasn't from the United States, came across the whole country, and now Trump wants to use this random, like this is so random. No one could have
Yeah.
ever thought up this scenario.
Mhm.
Now he just wants to shut down immigration from third world countries. I think that's insane. It's a gross
Mhm.
overreaction, and I mean, I'm not sure. How do you set this up?
That's true.
Um, I don't even know how to imagine. Someone once made the comment. It wasn't Casper Weinberger. It was Donald Rumsfeld talking about. He was a former Secretary of Defense, talking about known unknowns, unknown unknowns, unknown knowns. It just got so complicated.
Mhm.
One of those unknown unknowns. I mean, the only thing you can do is react. There's no way you could stop something like this.
Yeah.
Um, and the thing is, the guy did honorable service during the Afghan war. He worked for the CIA, and so it's just a weird thing.
Yeah.
And
It
instead
is.
of reacting like a leader, Trump is reacting like a Trump,
Of
which is
course.
just okay, cut it all off. Dude, what is that really gonna do? Um,
Mhm.
we got a bunch of third world, we got people who are now citizens who've immigrated recently from the third world. I don't, other than just, you got to do something, so it at least, it's window dressing. That's the only thing I can think of. Now,
Right.
let's see what the chat says, because there are Trump fans who probably, let's see. I wish I was alive during the Dan Marino era. He looked legendary. The
I
fuck are you
remember
talking about, Richard?
Dan Marino. I
Oh,
think
these
they're
guys
having a
don't.
whole football conversation.
No, they don't care. They don't care about what I'm doing. They just kind of get in the chat, and it has its own life. And you get used to it. They don't care about the host. They just get in there and they're talking
Pay
Dolphins
attention to the
football.
host, guys.
Well, see, that's why I invited you, so I could not feel neglected. I'm gonna have to start having co-hosts up here just because Richard and all these other guys, they just get in here. It's like, well, what he's saying doesn't really interest us.
They're
So
saying, we hear you, Stanley.
yeah, and we hear you kind of like a husband hears his wife. I mean, you develop selective hearing, and I would have never thought before I got married that this was possible. But you
Mhm.
can turn it off, and when your wife
Yeah.
goes, "Did you?" And when your wife goes, "Did you hear me?" You have just enough memory. It's almost like some sort of bus.
So
And
y'all
Richard,
shut down basically like when women start talking to
no, it's almost like back in the old days, you used to have like memory buses that would
Mhm.
store like maybe, I don't know, 256 characters of information.
Mhm.
So that's kind of how it works. It's like buffering. That's what it's like, buffering. So, you can remember the last two sentences your wife said. So when she goes, "Did you hear me?" You can repeat the last two sentences, and and then she's convinced that you actually heard her. But if she
Right.
asked for three sentences, or 4 sentences or even the gist of the conversation, she'd have got you. And I don't know why women don't know this.
That is,
Don't
thank
just
you, Stanley.
yes, I'm revealing. I'm spilling all the tea, husbands.
That is so funny.
Yeah,
Red
thank you,
Tsunami
Richard.
said we pick
Thank
up
you,
on
Richard.
keywords.
Look at this. Thank you, Richard, for being honest. Yeah, you're kind of in the background, Stanley, just babbling on. You know what? You could be my son this weekend, Richard. I think he thinks I'm babbling on too. So, Hegseth, um, this is really interesting. So as 2 men clung to a stricken burning ship targeted by SEAL Team 6, the Joint Special Operations Commander followed the Defense Secretary's order to leave no survivors. So after the missile strike on the first boat, there were two. They were shocked that there were 2 survivors kind of clinging to wreckage, and Hegseth said, "No survivors." He didn't want any survivors.
Wow.
Dude, that is going to blow up. Even if even the laws of conflict don't allow you to kill survivors like that. That is that's a war crime.
Yeah.
If this is if they want to pretend that this is some sort of war against a terrorist organization, having a civilian leader, you can't do that. And that they
Right.
follow the order is a problem too. Dude, this is going to blow up. Wow. I'm shocked. And that's probably why that admiral for the Southern Command resigned.
Yeah.
You can't be doing stuff like this. So speaking of Venezuela and drug trafficking, again, Trump does a total surprising thing. Trump spoke by phone last week with Maduro, Venezuela's leader. They discussed a possible meeting between the two of them, but nothing has been scheduled. So we go from blowing up drug boats and possible invasion to a meeting.
I
don't get it.
Yeah.
But I'm definitely interested. And let's see here. Kind of the last serious story. A 19-year-old college student deported despite judge's order blocking her removal. Prime example, court says one thing, the Trump administration ignores it and does another thing.
Right.
So her attorney's going to try and get her back. They basically, and the other thing, she was brought here as a child. This was like a DACA sort of situation where, she was a child brought by her parents, and she's 19 years old. She was studying for finals. So they deported her before she could take her finals. It's like, what the fuck? But a judge said, nope, I don't want you to even take her out of Massachusetts. So they're just blowing off court orders, like they're speed bumps.
Right.
And this last thing, talked about it earlier in the week. Verizon laying off 13,000. Verizon CEO sends open letter to 13,000 employees the company is laying off. Says no one can take away something or another. Look, Verizon laying off 13,000. It's probably all phone operators or something. All that switchboard stuff. So we have a problem brewing. In theory, the economy is doing okay, but we're going to have a bunch of people unemployed. And I don't think there's ever been a situation like this. Who knows what it means? But it ain't
It's
good.
horrible. And the timing,
Yeah, Merry Christmas. You know, you're not getting presents this year, kids.
Right.
Your present will be, the crab legs I bought you with food stamps.
Pretty much. And not well, I guess people are getting food stamps again.
Well, I don't think, they'll probably get unemployment or something like that. A lot of people, I know a lot of government folks got severance packages, but I know the majority didn't.
Right.
Hourly employees tend not to get um, those sorts of deals. So I don't know. I just think it couldn't come at the worst time. I think this has been mishandled, and I have very few good things to say about Trump. He occasionally does something that's that meets my approval. Let's see. Maduro was probably playing tough. Trump has forced him to the table, and Trump has all of the spades. I think that Trump breaking laws to get this sort of this sort of meeting is abominable. It's unstatesmanlike and probably criminal. And I don't agree with a unitary executive, who can just do what the hell he wants. The ends don't justify the means. The Constitution does not allow ends justify the means sort of governance.
Right.
So this is from Stacy Patton. She's I think she teaches communications, but she's got a PhD in history. Basically, African American history is a specialty, and she said a couple interesting things. Why Black people gather on Thanksgiving, and why that's not your business. And it was actually pretty interesting. I think I put the link in the show notes, but she's talking about I guess these are Black people who go on the internet and write things like, I hope y'all are not celebrating the holiday of genocide. Looks like it was a Black woman who wrote that. And then someone else going, celebrating Thanksgiving on this prescribed day is a commemoration of genocide. And her comment, and she's actually really funny. The audacity of assuming Black people are celebrating America when we gather is wild. Nobody in a Black kitchen is bowing to Plymouth Rock. Nobody is spooning sweet potatoes in praise of manifest destiny. Nobody is carving turkey in the name of the U.S. military industrial complex. And I agree with her. Everybody has reasons for celebrating holidays, and a holiday is a holiday. It's a day off and gathering with family.
Exactly.
Nobody's thinking foreign policy or, hopefully nothing like this. And then she goes on to make, some more serious points, which I tend to agree with. But I'm not going to bore people on this semi-holiday, on this Black Friday, talking about enslaved people and all that stuff. But the link is there if anybody's a Stacey Patton fan. But I will get serious with this video, and I might just dedicate this to all folks who are manosphere or Black conservatives, identifies Black conservatives. This is my thanks and gift to you. It's Kimberly Kimberly Crenshaw talking to the New Republic. If this is not CRT heavy, intersectionality heavy, so we get some Black Manosphere folks pissed off. This it's a good interview in my opinion, and I know there are going to be some Black Manosphere people because they're bound to be, hiding in the bushes, and the
yeah,
Manosphere
Red
is dead.
Tsunami said, I hope so, or it is dying off.
You know what? I
don't know. I don't know.
Well, I watched some of Sharon's show today. And Sharon, whether he wants, his stance that he's anti-Black Manosphere, yeah, he's like the left version of the Manosphere as far as I'm concerned. I listened to Izzy Bands, all those guys, a Ruthless Truth. Oh my God, that dude is Manosphere on steroids. So
he is.
I think Obsidian, as a matter of fact, Obsidian is supposed to be on Freezy's show tonight. He's making a return appearance at 8:30. So I don't think the Manosphere is dead. I think it's just kind of like white supremacy. It just it shape shifts. It updates like software. So if you can't get it online, you can go to one of Obsidian's conclaves to get it.
Yeah,
so,
but I definitely don't get like Red Pill, Manosphere from Sharon.
No, but when I say he's the left version of it, I'm actually serious. He often talks about, look, this idea of like somebody made a comment in Sharon's chat today. He was wearing a turtleneck, like a gray turtleneck shirt. So somebody in the chat goes, well, that's not, as a matter of fact, it was Ignat. Ignat, are you still in the chat? They're talking about that turtleneck. I forget what the comment was, but at the end of the comment there was a rainbow flag. I get really I don't know what the word would be. Just it astounds me that people will go, well, acting like this is feminine. Asking questions is feminine.
Right,
you sound like a woman. You sound like a woman when you ask all these questions. You're asking all these questions like a woman. And I usually just go, you know what? Who the fuck are you to tell me what being a man is? That's almost like an individual thing. And having some YN, for instance, tell me, at my age, ooh, that's unmanly. Like, son, I've done some things that you would probably be too scared to do.
Right.
I take your opinion of what is feminine and what is not feminine, or what is manly and what is not manly. It almost makes me laugh. It's like my son coming up and go, well, Dad, that's not manly.
Right.
Like,
Hey, Joshua, and it's so easy to
this
make
man this man produced you. Don't tell me what's manly and what's not.
Exactly.
What's up, Joshua? How you doing? Good to see you. So anyway, I just I take a lot of this manosphere stuff, and dude, the people who are talking about what's manly or what isn't, it's laughable.
Ridiculous. Yeah.
It's like you have so much time to be up on a YouTube panel on a Friday or Saturday night talking about what's manly. Why aren't you out on a date?
Yeah.
So we'll listen to a little bit of this. And by the way, I'm so used to being up here by myself, I will overtalk you. So
No, you're okay.
So, it's the famous Kimberly Crenshaw, who I happen to, I have some problems with, her intersectionality, her version of critical race theory tends to kind of, borderline with feminism, which I don't
Mhm.
necessarily have a problem with, but, moderation in all things. But she was a student of of oh damn it, the father of CRT. Uh, I'll think of his name in a minute. But her version, I think intersectionality is actually a useful like critique of American culture. It's just when you take it too far, some things it's just not designed to do. But the manosphere, especially the manosphere and the black manosphere, oh, they have a huge problem with intersectionality. And I suspect it's because they don't read books. They write books, but they don't read books.
Right. Hmm.
And I really will at some point soon get Obsidian's book. I gotta read it. I am just very curious to know what he would write a book about.
It's oh my right.
Well, I mean, you know what? He seems like a pretty cool guy. He just has
No,
some unique views.
he
You
is
probably
something
know more
else.
about him than I do.
I'm learning about him from what I hear him say through Freezy's channel, and I think he's ridiculous.
Yeah, well, Freezy Freezy has some unique views as well.
Hmm.
So I he has some unique views on the man woman dynamic.
Hmm.
Um I don't know. Did you ever hear that uh months ago Drip had a clip of Freezy talking about his reaction to if he opens the door for a woman and she passes through the door and doesn't say thank you. And I don't know whether he'd had a couple beers or just what, but dude, that was like it wasn't even funny uh his reaction to it. And we were just talking about a hyper. Well, I wasn't on the panel, I was listening to the clip, but I was like, no, there's no way you would do that in real life. It's like if she doesn't say thank you, he's gonna actually confront her about it. And I'm just like, why would you do that to a stranger? Maybe she just, maybe she's having a bad day. And, I know I so many times, you know, I should probably say thank you, but I'm so preoccupied, with my own thoughts or who knows what. Somebody doesn't say thank you. I mean, you don't get all confrontational about a woman you don't know. If it's your daughter, that's one thing. But
Right.
if it's some strange woman, and
Hmm.
even your daughter, I mean, just like, dude, when when a man opens a door, you say thank you. Always do that. That's as far as it should go. I
Yep.
wish I had saved the clip, but as it. I was new to Freezy's show.
Hmm.
I was surprised, and I don't think it wasn't on. Freezy was on someone else's panel. Drip showed the clip. So it was like third or fourth hand, but it was Freezy. And he was up there on a panel with Flow State and some other
Oh, I
people.
know.
It was
Both of
people I knew. And it was jaw dropping. And I don't know if Freezy drinks or not, but
I
I
don't
was
think he
like, dude,
does.
oh well, dude, then I was willing to give him that excuse. But I was like, the B word was used. It was like, bitch, you can't say thank you. It was something on that order. That's not an exact quote. And I'm like, wow, talk about overreacting to a hypothetical.
Yeah.
So, but I they are characters is all I can say. So let's listen to a little bit of Ms. Crenshaw. And for the folks who don't know, she's legendary. She's think she's still teaching at Columbia Law. She
Okay.
was taught. Well, she went to Harvard and some other places like that, and she was teaching at UCLA. I don't know if she's bi-coastal or just what, but she literally is a legend in the CRT world.
Mhm.
And whether you agree with intersectionality, and I do, just not every part of it, because much like DEI, it was just taken too far.
Yeah.
The premise is good. It's just when people start using these social, theories, like for every social situation, that's when it starts going awry. But
Mhm.
I think she's a great woman. So let's listen to a little bit of her.
Good
Okay.
morning. I'm Perry Bacon. I'm the host of the New Republic Show right now. I'm really honored to be joined by a really special guest today. Kimberly Crenshaw is here with us. She is a very renowned academic. She's a professor of law at UCLA and Columbia. If you've read about intersectionality, she's one of the key authors and thinkers about that. I'm sure I know people watching here have already heard of her and her renowned great work. So, Professor, welcome. Thanks for joining me.
Thank you very much for having me, Perry.
I missed one of your titles we're going to talk about today, which is you also run this African American Policy Forum, and that's what we're going to focus on today. So you all put out a report recently about the Trump administration, and so show it to us. You had it
Oh, yeah.
earlier, and so
Love to do it. Doing my best, Vanna White.
over a little bit. Anti-Blackness is the point. Racism, misogyny, and Donald Trump's assault on equal opportunity. So I want to go through that a little bit.
Yeah.
And at the beginning, talk about why you use the phrase anti-Blackness as opposed to anti-militarism or racism, or why anti-Blackness.
Well, Barry, we have been watching how the Trump administration and the broader MAGA universe has been weaponizing racial anxieties. And I think there's no question to most people who are literate that race has a lot to do with Trump's condition of possibility. But the particular dimension that we thought was being under addressed was anti-Blackness. Race comes, of course, and racism comes in many flavors, but anti-Blackness has a particular organizing force field in American history and politics. And that anti-Blackness is a fuel to the MAGA movement. But we haven't really talked about it explicitly as anti-Blackness. And so consequently, it gets, absorbed within the sort of general malaise, within the general critique. But we need to be able to precisely talk about it so that we're better able to mobilize against it. So that's why we pulled together this report to help people who are trying to fight back understand where we have to be specific about anti-Blackness. And that includes its history as well as its current cultural reemergence as one of the central fuels behind MAGA.
So let's go through sort of point by point. I think talk about this. You have 4 sections, right? You're going to go through them a little bit for us.
Sure. So we start with the normalization of racist and sexist narratives. And we saw this, and I think really the impetus for the report was to see how quickly the media and the punditry class was willing to stop talking about the misogynoir that was in the presidential election. I'm sure you remember that terrible rally that happened in Madison Square Garden. If you want to look up misogynoir in the dictionary, that should be there. From everything that framed Kamala Harris as you remember I'm not for Joe and the hoe or whatever. So many different ways that misogyny was tinted by anti-blackness that then became erased. It's sort of like the day after the election, no one was willing to talk about the specific ways that Kamala Harris's Black womanhood was the target of so much of the anti-Harris, anti-Democrat strategy. And yet people were unable to quantify it, talk about it, problematize it. And it gave Black women, I know, all of the political and organized Black women that I know were not just shocked and appalled, but gutted, both by the attack and by the failure to address the attack. So, of course, this administration went on to make Black women the focal point of all the things that they were trying to do to dismantle the federal government. So it starts by identifying Black women authority as deeply problematic without even needing to say anything about it. It's a continuation from what had happened with Claudine Gay. And then there's just a whole list of Black women, highly accomplished, high achieving Black women still being reduced to just being Black women, ranging from, of course, Harris, but also from the attack on the first Black woman Supreme Court justice, to Lisa Cook, to our own Attorney General here in New
Let me interrupt this right quick. I fully expect people to drop out of this chat, but she's absolutely right. And basically, it was noticeable and I honestly believe that if there was another demographic that wasn't disproportionately impacted by Doge and the government layoffs, there'd have been more trepidation. One of the things that I've said, if there are 300,000 Black women who lost jobs because of the government job cuts, those were women that were working. Now if you're a John Galt and you think those people are just, working for the government is bad, and a lot of Black conservatives actually believe that. For some reason or another, they think 45 million entrepreneurs is possible or even desirable, which it's not. You all chiefs, everybody can't be an entrepreneur. Everybody doesn't want to be an entrepreneur.
Right.
And, what people don't tell you is that, these billionaires, man, I have never, and I haven't known, a whole lot of super rich people. They're not family men. There's no way they can be. To make $1 billion or, even owning a business, most businesses are very time consuming.
They are.
It's almost like being in the military. There's almost no way you can be in the military and be a good family man. You have to have, if you're a man, you have to have an extraordinary wife. Being, say, a Navy wife, and I have a friend who's a 3-star admiral. His wife basically her career wound up being, at this point, an admiral's wife. When I met them, I was we were 01s. We were, butter bars. Way back in like 1991. His wife was working or something like that, but no, he was away all the time. And having 45 million entrepreneurs in the Black community, no, it's not desirable. And she's going to go on with this, Black woman and the Trump administration line of logic. And I think she's absolutely right. And I'm not a feminist, but right is right. And they will touch on hey, more black people voted for Trump, than any other Republican, which is not true. More people voted for Richard Nixon. I think Richard Nixon still holds the record for the percentage of black people that voted for him back in 1972, I think it was. So, a lot of black men voted for Trump. Women obviously didn't. And Crenshaw has a critique of that, which, she's a black woman, so of course he's going to talk up black women. But I think to a certain, their whole premise is Trump is a racist, and I think he's a racist.
Yeah.
Now it's funny how that works. You can actually, and I'll talk about it a little bit more, but you can be a racist and think black people are perfectly fine. There are black
That's true.
people who are racists. So, but the thing is that say Trump liked black people, and I don't particularly have a reason to think that, you know, um, he hates black people. I suspect he does. Or not hate, but I suspect he thinks that all the stereotypes are true. However, I go a step farther and say, if you're a Donald Trump and you have Nick Fuentes to dinner, Thanksgiving dinner a few years ago, if you harbor a racist, then you're a racist too. The just kind of clings to you. And
That's true.
that's the way I feel about it. Now let's see. We call them bootlickers. So anyway, we'll play more of this. And I can't help but be political, Mo Love.
No, I know that you are really into politics.
It's kind of what I do.
Right.
And we'll switch gears if this gets too boring.
No, you're good.
So the racist and misogynist attack was sort of the Trojan horse. And then the wholesale attack on the rest of the federal bureaucracy came at the heels of it. So you can remove black women willy-nilly. You can say racist things, sexist things. Nobody's going to say anything to you about it. And then you go on to
Well, the one thing I disagree with her on, I don't think, sometimes you can kill two birds with one stone. And, the right has always wanted, they've been talking forever about, getting rid of the education department and shrinking government and all that stuff. It just so happens that, it's possible two birds with one stone, shrink the government, and it affects black people in particular. Now, again, I'm not going to say that Trump, targeted black women or targeted black people, but sometimes, someone like a Stephen Miller or someone like an Elon Musk, sometimes, the leader, can be coerced into doing things that meet agendas that aren't necessarily the leader's agenda. That's how, the leadership works. So, but I think it's kind of interesting that the only the only black job in Trump's cabinet is housing and urban development, which has traditionally been, where they will stick a Ben Carson, or it's almost always a black person in that job, at least in my recent memory.
Right.
And then, coincidence that at the time the Joint Chiefs of Staff was a black 4-star general, and he was one of the first to go when Trump started cleaning out the military. There are a lot of coincidences, and they're, you know, and if you look at American history, there's almost no way, you know, these coincidences happen like that. Coincidences do happen, but uh, Black people in America have a very unique history.
Mhm.
And, you know, if a Black person decides to look askance at, oh, wow, all these, you know, the Black Joint Chiefs of Staff, there's Lisa Cook, who's on the Federal Reserve Board, you know, the first Black woman to be there.
Mhm.
There was the lady who was, I can't remember whether she was I think she was the Librarian of Congress. She's gone. All these high level, and this is what Kimberly Crenshaw is talking about, all these very accomplished Black women in leadership roles, they just seem to be leaving or being
Interesting.
fired.
Mhm.
There's another lady, and I cannot remember what she did. It's it's a lot of coincidences.
Construct the entire federal government.
Let me start. Okay, so because you refer to the election, the post-election period featured these continual pieces by people who voted for the same candidate we did, people who
What's up, Solid
say they're
Snake?
liberal. Democrats do too much identity politics.
Yeah.
That was this thing said, and that is a little bit. So
She
in
is
some way,
gonna have a great take on identity politics.
Mhm.
And this is the other thing, and I know I've said this before, but a lot of people think that I get up here and just talk BS. Uh, uh, and some of the reasons that I show people like Kimberly Crenshaw is these are people who are extremely accomplished, who pretty much kind of confirm some of the things I say. And
Yeah.
I read a lot, have read a lot for years. I know who she is. I'm sure I've read one or two things by her. I have a lot of inputs into some of my, you know, ways of thinking. I guess I'm always a little leery of people thinking, well, Stanley's some crackpot up here just spouting all kinds of BS. Well, no. Usually, you know, most of the things that I say, at least politically or, you know, culturally, I have a reason for thinking that way. You
Yeah.
know, it's not, and if I don't, if I say I suspect without proof, I'll literally say that.
Right.
So, oh, by the way, everybody, the link is posted. Feel free to hit the link. I have a loose agenda, but I'm not wedded to watching Kimberly Crenshaw, you know, shit on the president. We can we can do other things. And I see Solid Snake, who is a serial panelist. Yeah, well, I'm not that much of a crackpot. But anyway, hit the link if y'all want. And everyone, make sure you hit the like button. If you are new to the show, please make sure you subscribe. Check it out. It's an acquired taste. And many are called, but few decide to stay.
I don't
I've had,
see I don't see Solid Snake on panels like I used to.
I don't, not on Bob's panel.
Oh, I haven't been to Bob's in a minute.
No, I think that's where he's planted his flag.
Oh, okay.
I think he
Maybe
has planted his flag firmly in the butthole of Earth. and when I said flagpole, Solid Snake, when I said flagpole, I use scare quotes.
Why is my son so? Oh, my bad.
No, go ahead.
My son is bugging me, so he's on his way back from his dad's, and he's like, "Mom, I need you to drop me off at the movies with, you know, my friends." Okay, I understand that, but I'm telling him the weather is 100% thunderstorms tonight. I don't want to be caught in that
Is
weather.
it getting colder?
Yes, it's getting colder, and he doesn't understand. Like, the issue is not the movies; it's the weather. So
Well, let me tell you something, Mo Love, and I know T's kids aren't much older,
mhm,
and I regret to inform you that it's something about males when they get around high school age,
mhm,
they just start like logic means nothing to them,
at
and
all. And
they
this is
they
the
blame it
14
on
year
the
old.
undeveloped brain.
Yeah, this is my 14-year-old, and it's like, I'm like, son, the weather. He is not hearing anything about the weather.
Well, then you just have to put your foot down. You
I
try and
had
reason,
to.
and look, my son's home, and I
This is what he just texted me back, Stanley. It's not gonna rain until 10.
oh yeah, well that is typical male, and I think girls do it, but I know, yeah, he's like, hey, you know what? We'll deal with the consequences later. It's not, but it's perfectly normal. That shit, I can remember doing stuff like that. You want to, you quibble when it suits your agenda, and then you blow off the quibbling and make general points when it suits your agenda.
Mhm.
Typical young male behavior.
Right. I'm trying to. I don't know what to do.
Well, I mean, if you need to drop, that's fine. You gotta take care of business. You
How
don't
long are
you
you
don't
gonna
want
be live?
to. I have no idea.
Okay. If I can come
think
back, I
I
promise
think
I
for
will.
the for I want to watch this video just to inflict it on everybody who doesn't agree with Kimberly Crenshaw. So
Mhm.
I'm committed to another 40 minutes.
Okay, if I can come back, I will. But this has been really
Yeah,
good. I've enjoyed it, and maybe we can do more
yeah, me
shows
too.
together.
Oh,
Future.
absolutely. If you
Okay.
can tolerate me, because I do push people's buttons. I'm not going to push your buttons, but I
Mhm.
enjoy I enjoy a frothy, pithy conversation with the solid snakes of the world.
Oh my gosh, if he comes up, like, I have to listen to you to go back and forth. I love it.
Oh no, 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 no. There will be no back and forth. He doesn't come to my panel because I conquered Solid Snake. I I cracked the code.
Yeah. He this Oh, my son. I don't know then, mom. Dang, I just wanted to have something to do. Son, you always have something to do. But because it's oh my gosh, we'll figure it out. But okay, Stanley, if I can come back, I will.
Okay.
All right.
See you later.
All right, bye-bye.
All right, folks. So I have been abandoned. So we will listen to more Kimberly Crenshaw, and feel free to hit the link. I think it's the right link. Well, Mo Love hit it, so it's got to be the right link. So what's up, John? And I'll be stopping this because she makes a lot of good points. You can tell she's had practice.
In some ways, in fact, it was sort of like the Democrats, because of affirmative action, we had to name a black woman and then we had to make her the candidate. Otherwise, and then she lost, and now we can move forward to post identity politics or whatever they were saying.
Absolutely.
What is that narrative about? I mean, my fear is that Democrats and liberals agree with the right on race and gender more than they would like to admit. But what do you think is going on there?
Absolutely think that's right. And that's what we see in the second level. So yes, they have identified identity politics, but of course they've defined identity politics in terms of women, queer people, black folks. That's identity politics. When Trump and MAGA world say things like, if you want to get anything done, you have to put white men in charge. They don't call that identity politics. When they take all the books off the shelves that they think are about identity politics and leave Mein Kampf on the shelves at the Naval Academy, that's identity politics that they don't talk about. So the identity politics that is at the core of the anxiety that MAGA builds itself into, that is never named. So it's clear that there's a particular kind of identity politics that they are willing to wrap themselves in. And that's an old school, long part of the American faction that wanted to think about the United States as a white male Christian country, which is now shown up in white Christian nationalism. That is the identity politics of the moment. All the politics that are trying to challenge that, trying to reclaim that this is a multiracial democracy, trying to identify the ways that inequality is structured into the American society and into our culture. All of these things are what Trump calls improper ideology. And that's what he's trying to ban in the federal government. He's trying to ban it in the museums. That's why they took certain books out of the Naval Academy Library. That is their identity politics. Now it's called the assault on improper ideology. And if you want to see what it looks like in real time, look at their assault on DEI. The assault on DEI is basically, if people of color, if women, if any people who don't look like us are in any way involved in something that is bad, we can say that they are the fault of it. And what does that mean? If you happen to be the mayor of Baltimore, when a ship collides into the bridge, because you're Black and you are there, we can pin the responsibility on you. If there's an air disaster over Washington, D.C., we can pin it on DEI. No proof, no nothing. All we have to do is claim it. So this is where their identity politics becomes material. They go after anybody that they can. And by going after people who they want to be able to claim don't deserve their positions, that allows for them to curry favor with those who.
Let me make one point, and I would have questioned her about this. The thing is, you know, Trump and the boys can make all these claims. It's the voters, it's their base that's the problem. Yeah, Trump's a problem. You know, Stephen Miller's a problem. All these people who are unelected are a problem, but they're doing it more or less at the behest of people who voted for him. Now, these people want to act like you know, it was an overwhelming majority of the American voters who put them in office, which isn't true. But you know what? They're the ones in power, and it was Americans who put them there. So we must not forget that the actual problem are the people. When Trump spouts bullshit, people are grabbing their soup spoons and eating the verbal diarrhea. Let's blame the American voter.
Don't support the federal government at all and recruit masses of people into joining their effort to dismantle the very government that makes their lives possible.
You said a couple of something I want to make sure I emphasize here. You said the DEI attacks on DEI become material. You see in the sort of broader left this divide between DEI is phony and fake, and I want to focus on material.
Oh, and
that's
she's
a
gonna
false
make this
distinction, right?
point. People on the left are pussies and they acquiesce into it. A good example is Mom Donnie and Trump in the Oval Office last week. I don't know who was in control of that meeting. You assume it's Trump because he is the president. And who knows, maybe that portrait they painted in the Oval Office press conference was real. Maybe it wasn't, but I lay what's happening in America squarely on the doorstep of the American voter. And I'm just going to go a pox on both your houses because there were a lot of people on the left, Bernie bros and stuff like that. There were a lot of black males, not in overwhelming numbers, but, in enough numbers that Trump and, people like him can claim, well, a bunch of black guys, the black vote, it was a sea change. Nope, wasn't a sea change. There are people who like Trump's swagger. Hey, there are folks who, Trump having a mugshot was a thrill, to some YNs apparently. So it is what it is, but Kimberly Crenshaw, I think, is too kind.
It is absolutely a false distinction. And we could go through the whole list of ways that, as you said, there's probably more agreement between progressives and liberals and the right wing on this question than we've been willing to acknowledge. I learned early in my career in trying to create sort of multiracial coalitions with liberal and progressive white folks that when it comes to race, many of them share the same belief that race is just a biological thing, rather than it's socially constructed, and that we do best if we don't talk about it, which of course leaves the constructed part of race firmly in place. So a lot of our work with critical race theory in particular was directed to liberal and progressive white folks who understand that class is socially constructed and are all about trying to show it historically and dismantle it in terms of policy and law. But when it came to race, they didn't quite understand that race is as socially constructed, namely produced by policies and by history and by power, as class is. So critical race theory was all about trying to make the case, showing with the receipts how inequality is not natural, how race and racism aren't biological constructs. They are created by power, and that power is material. So yes, race might be a fiction if you think that these phenotypical differences actually have anything to do with our intellectual capacity, with our willingness and desire to work and succeed and build successful lives. Yes, it's totally socially constructed, but in the minds of those who don't believe that, and that includes now the MAGA world, inequality exists because people are unequal, not because structures are unequal. And that was the fight that we were having even with progressives. And that is the fight that we've inherited to this day, because rather than them saying, well, yes, the problem is structural. Yes, the problem is identity politics being used to promote discomfort and anxiety about a multiracial democracy. Rather than taking that up, they take up every other issue and don't say a word about the assault on civil rights, the assault on Black people, and the racial contours of the MAGA world.
Let me add, you reminded me of this, something that's not in your report at all, but I'm curious what you thought of the Zoran Mondani campaign. And the reason I asked it is because I guess I read a lot of stuff saying he only focused on affordability and that's how he won in this sort of structure of he avoided these racial issues and so on. And what I witnessed was him saying, I should not attack people, defending trans people, defending Palestinians. So I do not feel as if he only talked about, he did not sound like the sort of prototypical like leftist who only talks about class issues and is usually white, honestly. He sounded like the kind of candidate you and I would agree with on economics and everything else too, because he could recognize the material impact of those things. How did you see his campaign? I'm just curious.
Yeah, I'm so glad you said that because, there is this debate, and you put your finger on it, between progressives around how to talk about class. And for some progressives, you talk about class without talking about race. Of course, that turns out to be talking about race because the image that you have is the steel worker in Ohio. Right? And so they were
The white steel worker in Ohio. Ohio's actually pretty diverse, yeah.
Exactly. And so that is an approach to talking about class that they think is doing the work, first of all, of telling the white working class, we're with you, we haven't abandoned you, but it also reinforces the idea that people of color are not working class. And if they are, you don't have to talk about the way class plays out when you're also dealing with racism, xenophobia, homophobia, transphobia. So what I saw in Zoran was the willingness to talk about class and not to erase its particularities. So in his acceptance speech, which I thought was phenomenal, he called out all different groups of people who are experiencing the pushback that MAGA represents, including Black women who are being disproportionately fired, right? So he's not taking the bait to say, oh, I know that the thing that shall not be said is race. He's saying, no, we can talk about class without marginalizing its particular intersections with race. And that is why you have the possibility of creating a far more inclusive populist movement. Populism has become right wing because of the refusal to talk about race and gender. It didn't start out that way. It became that way because people allowed for the ruling class in the 19th century and also in the 20th century to reframe and diminish the class-based appeals. I see in Mamdani the opportunity to recapture a more inclusive appeal around class, to
Well,
rebuild
see,
the
I
multiracial democracy that we all
absolutely
have a right to.
disagree with that. Populism has never done well. I think it will never do well. And the reason populism will not do well is literally because of the American way, the American dream. Um, one of the reasons that people like Donald Trump and Elon Musk, people think that, oh, hey, you can be anything you want to be. Little Johnny, who's getting C's in first grade and can barely read, you might still be an Elon Musk. That's why you're not going to get populism to work in American culture.
When you say anti-blackness, just to make sure I understand like how it's the root here, I think some people might say, well, he's taking on Adam Schiff or he's mean to Comey too. Why is let's just be
Yeah.
Trump wants to
Yeah.
marginalize anybody who opposes him. He is an autocrat who does not believe in democracy. So it's not, he's against white people who don't agree with him too. But why is blackness important to name here?
Yeah. Thank you so much for that, because let me tell you a few other things that I think people hear when they hear anti-blackness. They hear, oh, you're only talking about Black people. We're talking about everybody. That's number one. You're claiming that if we address anti-blackness, then that's going to be the bullet that's going to bring fascism down. And you're only talking about Black people through a singular lens, not through an intersectional one. So let me take them in turn. So when we're talking about anti-Blackness, first of all, we're talking about some of the foundational conditions of possibility that facilitate the federal assault on states and their ability to protect people who live within their boundaries. So when you see ICE swarming all over the place, yes, that is about attacking brown people and anyone that they can interpret as not being red-blooded Americans, and that basically means white. They're not talking about Canadians, right? The condition of that possibility was the fact that the Constitution actually structured itself so that slave catchers could go into all sorts of places. And
Um, J Dub, what specifically is she right about? I think she glossed over it. I think when she said people, she should have said white people. Black people don't particularly, I think black people in 2025 are somewhat mistrustful of populism. That's why you don't see a whole lot of black socialists, and you don't see a whole lot of blacks going for MAGA populism. Um, the history of populism, especially multiracial populism in America, uh, has a has a bloody history. So, and I stated, the reason populism uh, um, doesn't work is because most people who are raising kids, say Joe Plumber, or let's just say a Walmart associate, most people raise their kids to think that, hey, if you work hard, you can be a millionaire or you can be a billionaire. You got white males who literally depended on being able to be like a George Bush Jr., who could go to an Ivy League school mostly based on his family and the money, the donations that the Bush family sent to the schools, to Yale specifically. So you know what? I get into Yale, I just fucking party and make C's, but I still wind up being president of the United States. So, well, hell, if George Bush can do it, you can do it, little Johnny. Well, no, that is not the case. So, little Johnny, you know what? Can't be, an elite white male. Therefore, he gets hooked on opioids and fucking, dies a heroin addict. That's kind of a hyperbolic example, but populism won't work in American culture because of the American dream. Everybody thinks they can be a billionaire, and that's not the reality of it. And in American history, every time there was a multiracial populist movement, Wilmington, North Carolina is an example. There was some I can't think of the name of the movement, but it was a farm movement, agricultural type movement. Every time blacks and whites, at the worker level got together, elites would come in and bust it up. MAGA won. MAGA was literally a bunch of oligarchs who rode the backs of populists into power. And it's because Trump was in everybody's living room. Whether you were, a millionaire, a billionaire, or you were just, an $8 an hour wage worker, he was in your living room and he was talking bullshit. He speaks the lingo. He's very personable and all that sort of stuff. But man, Trump is the worst thing for the American working class right now. He's fired a bunch of people, put them back, into he took black women and put them back into welfare roles or unemployment. Grocery prices, turkeys were a pleasant surprise. Everything else is expensive. Um, we are basically in a weird economy right now. Tariffs or taxes. I don't know why people think, why, the working class thinks that Trump is doing in some favors. And then he managed to make immigration, all these, the border was a legitimate issue, but much like this Afghani national shooting the National Guardsman, Trump's gonna Trump's gonna drain that of every drop of his agenda that every drop that he can accomplish his extremist agenda with, he's gonna use it. So one incident basically means third world immigration is shut down. Now, why not all immigration, but just third world? Has anybody wondered about that? Why just third world? Are third world people the only ones doing violence in the United States? MAGA's not a populist movement. It's an oligarchical movement, and they just rode the backs of the working class into power. And now the working class is getting screwed, and it's obvious. And I could break it down into more detail, but whatever. To me, it's obvious.
Just kidnap Black people and bring them to another place where then they'd have to prove whether they were slave or free. This is an aspect of federalism that is built into the Constitution, and it was there to protect slavery. So the mechanisms, the facilitation of so much that is going wrong now, including the Electoral College, including the Senate, all of these were structured in a way that would allow those who owned Black people to continue to own Black.
She's absolutely right. And the other thing is the Electoral College. Okay, the American government was literally set up to be anti-democratic. Even if a populist movement is unlikely, because of things like the Electoral College. You don't have a lot of working class people who wind up um, uh, uh, being selected to be a part of the Electoral College. It, American democracy, and I use quotes around that, is an exercise in elitism. Now, you can go from rags to riches in America. That is certainly possible, but it is not something that's scalable. You're not going to have a whole bunch of people, going from rags to riches. The system does not allow it. And I'm not even coming at it from a communist point of view. I'm not, I'm center left. But if you've ever read the Constitution, if you've ever read about the Constitution, you would know that things like the Electoral College, those are not designed to encourage mob rule, which is, what a Jefferson or a Madison would have called it. And you're fooling yourselves if you think that, even the Constitution, it's literally designed to have social forces opposing each other. And I'm not saying that's necessarily a bad thing, but you got to understand the nature of the beast if you're going to control it or have it benefit you in any meaningful way.
Black people. So there's just that historical part of it. That's the condition of possibility. But the second and equally important level is the idea that in a fascist regime, there always has to be.
I wouldn't say most
internalized
blacks are
people who
liberal.
are
I would
legitimate to
actually
hate,
say,
who are legitimate
J
to
Dub,
frame.
I would, and I'm just going off the top of my head. I don't necessarily have anything, hard evidence, but I would say most blacks are almost apolitical. Now, I mean, you could make the argument to get out the vote and all that stuff, but when you say liberal, they're not liberal the way a white liberal is liberal. Um, most blacks are not right wing, and I actually think most blacks would probably vote Republican if the Republicans didn't have a whole bunch of Tucker Carlson's and Nick Fuentes voting Republican. I actually think the Republican Party is somewhat of a natural fit, but for some reason or another, the Republican Party just embraces racists more so than the Democrat Party. And the Democrat Party is not, innocent in this, but Republicans aren't going to do what they need to do to get the black vote because they would lose their white base, large part of their white Tea Party / MAGA base if they did.
These policies around and that allow people to say, well, at least you're not them. You're on the preferred side of the line as opposed to the non-preferred side of the line. Blackness has been that thing that allows people to say, well, at least I'm not that. And all of those sort of downward focusing politics make it that much more difficult for us to see how the plutocracy is working, how much of our resources are being stolen, why we're going to be increasingly hungry, why we're going to be increasingly unhoused. All of this comes from looking this way as opposed to looking that way, and blackness is a core feature of it. And the last thing I'll say is that the main attack on diversity, equity, inclusion comes from the claim that it puts people who are intellectually deficient in positions of power that they don't deserve. That's a particular anti-Black stereotype. It's something that contractors used in California when they went after affirmative action. It wasn't because of higher education that they were upset. They were upset at the billions of dollars that they had to funnel.
This is a really excellent and sophisticated point she makes. And you even see it in this particular sector of YouTube. Some of these white trash motherfuckers that come into my chat, and if it describes you, great. If it doesn't, that's fine too. They will literally get in here like the dumbest white boy will get into these chats and start talking about black IQ scores. B Bray's a good example of that. These motherfuckers literally think black people are stupid. And there are a lot of black people like John Galt who thinks black people are stupid. SKC's another one. And it just amazes me. It's like they basically allow I don't know. DEI is basically in my word, the anti-DEI stuff, it's just basically saying, hey, black people and women, they're not smart on average. These people literally want to go out and look at average IQs and make public policy. That's exactly what Charles Murray was trying to do with the bell curve. Charles Murray was a sociologist / political scientist. He was no expert in genetics or any IQ psychology. He was not trained in any of that. Not to say he couldn't understand it, but he wasn't any sort of expert. These people basically want to take IQ averages based on demographics and make public policy. And DEI and affirmative action too basically defied what these people thought about, they basically think all blacks are dumb. They think women, you'll hear it all the time. Well, women can't think logically. They literally want to take averages and determine individual outcomes using social policy. And that's just not the right thing to do. But you know what? So many of these Be Braves and John Galts, they eat that shit up like it's candy. It's a dumb way to make social apology. I'm sorry, social policy based on like average IQ and bullshit like that. It's literally dumb.
To minority-owned businesses. Were they talking about business owners? No, they wanted to go to, oh, we know that Black people don't score as well as standardized tests. So that means all of affirmative action is about putting unqualified people in positions that they don't deserve. It's such a fundamental stereotype about affirmative action that even a lot of Black people believe it. So we need to go after the ways that anti-Blackness creates consensus for policies and politics that harm people and that undermines their ability to fight it. As long as some of these ideas are shaping what they think, well, they do have a point, or MAGA does have a point about that. Once you concede that, you've basically conceded the war. So we're trying to get people back on the page of understanding how anti-Blackness shapes the condition, how anti-Blackness undermines solidarity, how anti-Blackness makes us not stand up for the policies that actually benefit all of us.
In some ways, now that I'm listening to you talk, we need to get liberals, Democrats back to what they were thinking in June 2020.
Yes. For that, how long was that? 6 months?
It may have,
Maybe?
whatever. I mean, there was a period where they said things. There was certainly some performativeness, but I think there were actually the data says that people believed that stuff. I mean, I guess part of it, what I might ask you then was as long as we do thoughts follow ideas, or I do thoughts follow power, to power follow thoughts. In other words, like,
Yeah.
tricky thing here to where was it inevitable that those ideas were going to be, was it 2020 was going to be rolled back because the people in power didn't agree with those ideas? And we've seen, like, the free press,
Yeah.
we've seen entire publications funded
CBS News being taken over. Yeah.
sort of attacking your ideas in some ways, like a world in which Ibram Kendi and Kim Crenshaw and Ta-Nehisi Coates' ideas is not a world a lot of white people with power in both parties want to live in. And so, on some level, creating the intellectual orchestra. Do we need to change the ideas, or we need to change who has the money? Because they're funding the ideas in a certain way, right?
Well, I think that's certainly, change what money can do.
Okay.
I think that is, that's all behind what campaign finance reform was all about. We're inheriting a world that was created by the intersections of the attack on voting rights and the attack on campaign finance reform. Right. This is the world bequeathed to us by the Supreme Court, given to us by the most dominant person on that Supreme Court right now, which is Clarence Thomas. So what is it that money is allowing politics to become? How is it that a coherent project of dismantling the government and the societal consensus that there is work to be done, and there will continue to be work to be done to make this a truly multiracial democracy. It's always going to be a post-slavery, post-genocide, post-segregation society. But what kind of post that looks like? Is it going to be a complete repudiation of that history, a dismantling of that history, and a building of a new democracy built on the foundation of repudiating that stuff? Is it going to be that? Is that what we mean by post? Or is it just, that happened a long time ago? We don't talk about it anymore. And in fact, we're going to create laws that make it impossible to talk about it. Because if you don't talk about it, you don't name it, you don't see it playing out in contemporary society, then that undermines the very basis for doing anything about it. It undermines equal opportunity. It undermines the Voting Rights Act, which we may lose because of this effort to push history off of the table. So the last and most important part of our report on anti-Blackness is how to connect it with the assault on museums, the assault on critical race theory, the assault on books. When we look at books that are being censored, 40% of them are written by people of color, women, or queer people. The idea is just to take the words out of our mouths, take the audience away, so what we saw in 2020 doesn't happen again. What I think
it's obviously matter, otherwise they would be trying to ban them.
exactly. My good mentor always tells me, Kim, dogs don't bark at parked cars. They're coming after critical race theory, 1619, intersectionality, because these ideas mobilized people. It gave them the language to actually articulate what they were seeing with their own eyes. When you see something, you look for a way to express it, a way to represent your outrage about it. These were the kinds of conversations that the George Floyd, Breonna Taylor moment created for the entire society. So, did we see backlash coming? Absolutely. I mean, that is the history of America. Whenever we go 2 steps forward, we go a few steps back. The problem was, were we going to go further back than 2 steps? Were we going to be like, the end of Reconstruction, where we had 8 years in power and nearly 8 decades of racial tyranny? Is it going to be that kind of backlash? And I think that's the moment that we're in right now. It's clear that it's a backlash. It's clear that all those companies that jumped out there, Target, McDonald's, we can go on, that refound and redeclared their commitment to racial justice, are now on a whoops, we went too far, and now they're correcting. And the question is that correction going to be for the rest of this century? The rest of our lifetimes? Is definitely going to go beyond 2028. And that is precisely why we're trying to call liberals and progressives into the conversation, because the distance that this will go is not really going to be determined by MAGA. They're on brand. They're going to ride this to the end of the earth and beyond. The question is, are we going to be able to galvanize our resources and our commitments? Remember what happens when race gets erased. Remember what it was that galvanized so many people.
Again, I like her use of history here. So Reconstruction, 8 years, then 80 years of Jim Crow. This is, look, there were several civil rights bills between, say, 1866 and 1965. Literally, they were having to pass civil rights bills to get the Constitution, to actually mean something. Civil rights bills from 1964 to 67. The Constitution had already said that shit. It's just the laws were there to enforce what the Constitution already said. And literally, the Voting Rights Act of 65, literally, MAGA is trying to dismantle what they did in the 60s to just enforce the Constitution. So she's absolutely right. MAGA is a backlash to civil rights. And essentially what they're saying is, oh shit, if you can take civil rights bills and do more than treat blacks better, well, damn, we need to get rid of the whole thing. It's literally throwing the baby out with the bathwater. And there is nothing in American history that would counter uh, the fear that once Charlie Kirk talked about getting rid of the 1964 Civil Rights Bill a lot, and once that's gone, what's to stop people um, from basically going back to Jim Crow days? Not a goddamn thing. That's what people don't seem to understand. If you're going to depend on the goodwill, on the goodwill of a country that doesn't know the brutality of its history, that's crazy. So, shout out to Kimberly Crenshaw for pointing this out.
In 2020 and galvanized people in 1964 and galvanized people in
What's up, Slick
1863.
Rick?
Are we going to remember that those are the true moments where we were making our democracy? And when we were willing to step back and make deals and disenfranchise entire groups of people, that is when our democracy faltered. And that is when we lost our power.
So Pete Buttigieg was the Texas Tribune's festival maybe 2 weeks ago, and he gave this speech about how we lost our way because we started talking about identity so much that was the only thing people heard from us. Okay, that's what he said.
Wait,
What,
hold it,
I
hold
think
it
it's
here.
a good weather vane.
So, Slick, you're under fire. What does that even mean? Bob took away Ert's wrench. That left Ert in open territory. Yeah, I'm about to do the same. However, I made Pete well, I haven't actually I've got everything ready to toss on a Kamal. Yeah, I'm gonna do turkey and turkey pitas. I made some fresh mayonnaise. So shout out to leftovers. But what is this you speak of? What's up, Black Knight? What is this you're speaking of? Bob took Art's wrench. I would love to know what could have possibly caused Art to lose his wrench. The motherfucker's been weird the whole time, I've known of him. So let us know, Slick. Don't be shy, and no, I'm not, gonna show what's going on over on Bob's panel.
I think, due respect to people to he's the one who wants to be elected president. I think he's trying to figure out where things are. What do we want the sort of aspiring Democrat to sound like when talking about the sort of race place of where we are in race right now? What do we want that person to sound like? Is that because Buttigieg sounded that a president Buttigieg is not going to bring us forward very much. We need the next administration to move us out of this. And what is that? What do you want that language? A language is both appealing to maybe middle America, but also moves us in the right direction.
Yeah. So you know what? I'm going to be frank at this moment. He should be the last one talking about identity at this moment as being the problem. I'm sure he wouldn't say that marriage equality is about identity politics. I'm sure he wouldn't say his right to raise his children is identity politics gone too far. But what would he say about affirmative action? Or what would he say about, issues that have to do with the history of Blackness being a constraint? So, number one, I would be very cautious about giving an inch to the idea that what Democrats have failed to do is to distance themselves from identity politics. Our part, the
You know what? Damn, she's hitting a home run or two here. Democrats, as they stand now, they are essentially MAGA sycophants. There's Glenn Lowry actually probably says it the best. Ain't nobody coming to help us. So we actually do. And I think we actually have the means, but this group politics that people like John Galt and fucking Izzy Bands and all these other fucking idiots. Uh, and this is where Izzy Bands say, or a John Galt. Actually, someone asked me, well, how is Sharon Bracey pro manosphere? Well, he's not pro manosphere, but he gives the manosphere some heft intellectually when he confronts it the way he does. Notice I probably talk about the manosphere more than I should, but it's mostly just to shit on it. I think it does not have an intellectual underpinning of any sort. It doesn't have a scientific underpinning. It's just a bunch of shit a bunch of misogynists noticed one day. Well, women seem to do this a lot. Therefore, all women do it. That's basically the manosphere. Uh, hmm. Well, real men don't read books. Reading books is something women do. Therefore, it's feminine. That's the nature of their logic. And Sharon Bracey giving it this as much attention as he does, he might as well be manosphere. He keeps it in a spotlight that it probably shouldn't be. Some things, believe it or not, some things, if you ignore it or minimalize it or don't give it a panel a lot, actually people do get the message and start trying, to try other things or think other ways. So what I'm trying to say is that there this notion that if black people all get together and pull the plow in one direction, uh no, that was never going to happen in the first place, and it's definitely not going to happen in 2025. We all have our own personal agendas. There can be commonalities. I think that, family needs to be first, but that's not just a black thing. That's all American families. Start with your four walls, and then everything kind of radiates from taking family more seriously. And I don't necessarily mean even, the traditional nuclear family, just taking family seriously the best way you can. I don't get the impression that a lot of people are, that family oriented because a lot of these motherfuckers are on YouTube panels. Look, my son, visits occasionally. It's not like I'm raising kids or anything like that. I am retired. I have the time to be on YouTube. If my wife were still around, even with my son out of the house, I probably wouldn't be on YouTube as much. And definitely, if I had young kids, YouTube wouldn't even be an option because it's, maybe an hour, few hours a week, but it'd be nowhere near the amount of time. So I think people talking about male female relationships on YouTube, at least in the experiences I have day in and day out, week in and week out, these are the wrong messengers. They have no fucking clue what they're talking about 80% of the time. And your personal experience does not necessarily mean that it is some sort of universal truth. I get that a lot. I was in Nightish's chat, and Izzy and Izzy Bands had John Galt up there, and it was just a fucking travesty. If I had dropped down from Mars, I'd have thought all black people are illogical. Listening to fucking John Galt and Izzy Bands, and Nightish was up there too. But it's like sometimes I wonder, how are these people not mistaken for high school students? Yeah, well, Imperius is the wrong messenger for white people, to be honest. Most white people don't think like Imperius. So, he is his own thing. But I would love to hear that roast. You got a clip there, Red Tsunami? Because I would watch that. I'll bet it's behind a paywall. But I guess I'm just kind of, you know, in some ways I'm disappointed that we got a bunch of 50-year-old motherfuckers who literally are inexperienced at trying to like be objective. You know what? You know how it works, Black Knight, in the reality of life. Too fucked up. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. That's kind of the logic. They, how can a white anti-black racist and a black anti-black racist actually get along over the long term? Even the anti-black is going to like black people a little bit more, where John might go, well, JP is okay and Johnny Boy is okay. Well, Imperius doesn't give a fuck. You're all blacks to me. That would literally be something Imperius would say. Doesn't matter whether you're a smart black or dumb black or ghetto black or rich black, you're just all black. So, you're not going to be able to get along. Imperius and John locking horns, they'll be friends in a month. That's, enemies, friends. It just happens that, I don't think that anti-black blacks and anti-black whites are natural allies. They well, let me put it to you this way. They can be allies as in kind of political or even kind of, point of view wise, but you know, they're not bedfellows. Frenemies. Yeah, maybe that's a good word. I think frenemies, yeah, but the thing is frenemies, in my opinion, kind of have, like, sometimes, they'll, maybe invite your frenemy over for Thanksgiving and you sit down with your family and, you kind of forget the enemy part. I think that frenemies might be too close a relationship. But you know what? Who really gives a fuck, to be honest? Why am I spending this much time thinking about it? I don't know. Did you find out Imperius works for a black man? Oh, really? No way. Damn, I'm missing all kinds of shit. So, God damn it. Somebody has to have a clip of that. I told John he was gutter like the people he talked about. He didn't like that too much. Well, Imperius is right in that case. John is the YN and the nightshades he's been talking about. Dude, John has no sense of self-reflection. The motherfucker is a 50-year-old tequila guzzling fucking pot smoking motherfucker who doesn't live in the same city with his kids, has never been married, but wants to lecture other black people about being entrepreneurs and all that bullshit. And the only reason that people like Master Kim and Imperius and, a bunch of other of these weird motherfuckers, the only reason they like John is because he basically, they can point to him and go, see, even black people are saying that about black people. So that's a good analogy. Black Knight. Yep. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. I'll be nice. Ooh, but I was a scorpion anyway. Yep. That's exactly. I might have seen that show on Nightish's Wall Street Willie and Paris JG on Izzy's show. Yeah. I saw that's some of what Nightish was showing. So but if anybody has a clip of I'm curious to know who's a software engineer. Wall Street Willie? Oh no. So Wall Street Willie's a software developer? Oh yeah, well he probably shit on John hard. John isn't John is John's a scripter. That motherfucker doesn't know shit about software developing. Dude, I'm not even a software developer, but I've been around. I don't know that for sure, CK, but all I have to say is you can look up abstract classes because that's the most sophisticated thing I've ever heard John Galt talk about was fucking abstract classes. And even I know what an abstract class is. Yeah, well, whatever. Let's get back to this. But if anybody has a clip of Imperius roasting John Galt, I would be interested in that. And I am interested that Imperius works for a black man. I thought so. Some black man is like a very sophisticated contract law guy. So apparently, Imperius works at a law firm or something.
Party of the Democrats gave us the Voting Rights Act. It gave us Medicaid, Medicare. It gave us the things that we take for granted and that we build on to expand the rights. We can't start then dismantling that stuff because what that basically means is we're drawing divisions between some constituencies whose rights have come out of this movement, and others. That's a disaster for us. I think the second thing that I would want our politicians to do is stop listening to the posters who are making stuff up and finding groups of people to convey that stuff. We did polling and focus group work in Virginia in the aftermath of Youngkin's victory, and we found very different things than the folks who are looking for evidence that it's identity politics that defeated us. We heard from white voters, likely white Democratic voters, who were pissed off and angry that their party, the party that they cast their votes for, the party that they believe has their best interests in mind, were so anxious to throw overboard a whole range of interests that they believed in search for the Reagan voter who left a generation ago and is unlikely to come back. They want a full-throated argument for the kind of democracy that they think that the Democrats embrace. They don't want a lot of pivoting, and I call it shucking and jiving, around the question of how our democracy has broken and what we need to do to fix it. So I think there is a polling industrial complex that has gotten behind the idea that there's certain things we can't talk about. I think you hear it bubbling up with Ezra Klein and a whole thing about how Charlie Kirk practiced politics the right way. Are Democrats who are willing to say we should model him. That the only way they can do that is to not talk about white supremacy. and racism. And the only way you can do that is to say, you know what, you folks who have to deal with that on your private time. We're not bringing this into mainstream politics. That to me feels like disenfranchisement. It's not that the Democrats are signing on to you can't vote. They're signing on to, we're going to remove things for you to vote for. We're not going to talk about the things that really matter to you. We're not going to talk about the racism that is now everywhere. We're not going to talk about the fact that the Coast Guard has now said that a noose and a swastika are no longer hate symbols. People need to see what is happening, know that the history tells us that the last time that the party of racial justice decided to step back and negotiate a settlement with the party that represented white supremacy, we lost our right to vote. And with it, we lost a whole range of policies for generations. We can't afford that now.
Let me do my my Democratic pundit, white pundit imitation here. Did you know that Donald Trump won more black voters than any Republican since Ronald Reagan?
Here, let me stop that right here. Give me one sec. Be right back. Sorry, I had to close my door. Look, she's absolutely right. Okay, MAGA did the Democratic Party a favor. Two things. She's right about, hey, we want a colorblind America where we don't have to have uncomfortable conversations. Blacks, hey, look, oddly enough, from the mouths of babes, Be Brave had a great comment. This is some months ago, where he said, well, hey, you know what? White people are number one, and black people, you've been here for quite some time. Just accept that you're number two, second-class citizens. But you, compared to all the other black people in the world, you live like kings. Just accept it. It's okay. See, that's what Democrats want. And Be Brave is a self-proclaimed socialist. So he claims he's on the left, but he's absolutely right. If Democrats could get away with not talking about American history, what MAGA is doing, hey, that patriotic education is going to benefit Democrats too, in two ways. It's going to give them something to complain about, but it's also going to mean that their kids are not going to ask questions. It's gonna be, well, hey, you know what? We need to be, the perfect example of what Democrats will become is someone like Coleman Hughes. Okay, it will be bad form to mention that, America is a racist country. We can't say that in polite society. And then the other thing is the other way that, oddly enough, and it's counterintuitive, the Democrats basically got Trump to be the bad guy with this horrible immigration mess that he's created. Again, the goal of getting people who shouldn't be here out is not a bad thing. It's the method that's just fucking cruel and unusual. But Trump did the Democrats a favor. Now they can just come onto a stage that's swept clean. And I've heard a Democrat or two go, well, you know what though? The immigration issue was hurting blacks. I don't think it was. This black jobs bullshit that people like Yvette Carnell bought into was catering to the lowest common denominator. Number one, what is a black job, and how are immigrants taking away a job that you're qualified for? And I'm sorry, if you didn't take advantage of your education, that is a problem that only you can deal with. And yes, I think the best thing we can do as Americans is emphasize the family and do what we can to help parents be better parents. Whatever that, whatever form that takes. So we minimize, producing offspring that literally are just doomed to failure. Um, I forget the term for it, but generational poverty, that's what we need to be working on. And if it's more prevalent in minority communities, if America catches a cold and black people catch the flu, why are we working on a cure for the flu? So Democrats have benefited from MAGA. Um, and the way Trump is driving the MAGA movement and the Republican Party into the ground, I think ultimately Democrats are going to be the winners. And when they are, if you want to see uh, black people like um, tangibles, like Professor Black Truth talking about tangibles. You want to see tangibles that are just gonna, Democrats are gonna laugh at in 2028. Um, let them get power. Let them get the upper hand, which Trump seems hell bent on giving Democrats. Uh, Black people are between a rock and a hard place sometimes politically, and there is no right answer. Um, that's kind of how I see it. I'm not so much pro Democratic Party as much as I am anti MAGA.
Did you, maybe Perry Bacon and Crenshaw educated people with college degrees, but the regular working class African Americans really like Donald Trump, and maybe BLM turned them off. How do you respond? I'm just giving. That's basically
Yeah, no, no,
saying, maybe not.
that
That's the
is
language I used exactly, but that's the implication. How do you respond to
that is what they say. So look, I have a couple of things. First of all, we're still talking about 87 and more percent of black men voting
that?
against
You're like
Donald
me and
Trump.
interviewed every black man that voted for Donald Trump, but that was still
No,
1% of
right?
us. Yeah.
So you definitely got to start with your baseline of single digit, percentages. And you also have to deal with the disproportionate number of black women who saw the handwriting on the wall, understood what was happening when they went after Kamala Harris and Claudine Gay and said, hell to the no. And let's also point this out. Black people are disproportionately working class. Black women are disproportionately working class. Black women's median wealth is less than $100. So what I push back is, if it was really about class, explain to me why Black women who have more incentive than anybody else to vote for the class forward president understood exactly what he was going to do, which is make life harder for working class people. So I turn that around to, that's your identity politics showing right now, right? You're writing Black people and Black women out of your class concern. And
Yeah, that is actually kind of weird. How do you lay off 300,000 workers and then not address it? Like, where are these people going to go? It's not like the private sector is shedding jobs right now due to AI and whatever other things that Trump doesn't want to talk about. So um, I have yet to hear anything about how these 300,000 black women, where do they go? What do they do? Um, and this administration doesn't care But what I've heard in this blackosphere is a bunch of people going, "Oh, those black women got their comeuppance. That's what they get from being too uppity. I guess they'll go back home and cook me dinner." That sort of thing. So he has done a disservice. And by the way, the black community is the only community, at least, as of a month or two ago, that has rising unemployment. But I don't hear anybody addressing that issue.
You're putting white middle class people. I remind them that the January 6th people were not working class people. These were people middle income, if not higher, who were basically in communities that had undergone dramatic demographic shifts. Now, if you want to talk about identity politics, let's talk about that. And if you think that not talking about xenophobia, not talking about and trying to disabuse people of the idea that because Trump is white and he's talking to their whiteness, that he's got them, he's got them on speed dial and he's concerned about them. You cannot disconnect them from their investment by not talking about it. That is magical thinking. And that magical thinking has gotten us into trouble before, and it's going to get us into trouble now if we're willing to let our base go and let our values go, trying to pursue the people who don't want you.
Let's finish. That was great. I'm glad you said that. Let's finish with Donald Trump's president for another 3 years, sadly. So what do we do about, like, if anti-blackness is the trope and one of a powerful weapon he's using, what do we do for these next 3 years?
I think the number one thing that we have to do is insist on refusing to comply, refusing the preemptive, concession. This is what we're seeing everywhere. We're seeing it. I teach at Columbia University. We're seeing it in law firms. I'm a lawyer. We're seeing people comply without sometimes even being fully forced to. And we see the compliance first coming on DEI, first coming on the places where their commitments were weak. We cannot allow that compliance to be cost-free, because unless we change the equation on the ground, there really is no reason for Target, for the law firms, for the foundations to say, look, this is a hot potato. We know he doesn't like this stuff. He's shown us he doesn't like it. Let's give in on it. When that happens, our institutions and our allies, they're not becoming neutralized. They become part of the army that's dismantling our democracy. I used this analogy the other day, and some of my friends said, "You watch that?" I used to be a big Game of Thrones fan, and I remember when the evil army would kill the good folks, let's say. It wasn't just that the army we were rooting for lost their soldiers and weapons. Those people became the army on the other side. So I remember when the dragon got killed, and I was like, oh, daggone, she lost her dragon. And then when it rose again as the ice dragon, I was like, that's a double loss. Every time they take somebody out, they come back on the other side and they become a weapon for this dismantling of democracy. So look at the law firms. The law firms not only have been pushed out of defending people like us, now some of them are taking on Trump's agenda. So they've become, the ice dragon on the other side. The same with our universities. Not only are our universities backing away from active recruiting, they're buying into this idea that there's a such thing as too many Black people on campus, because that will raise questions about what we're doing. So across the board, I'm seeing our allies saying the one thing that we can do to be safe is not talk about your stuff, and not realizing that not talking about our stuff is undermining all of us. So we're all about trying to say, look, number one, a lot of this stuff is not legal, it's not required. You have got to be willing to fight. People shed blood and gave their lives to get to this point. So it's not for you to be comfortable. Fascism doesn't thrive because people, resist comfort. It thrives because they can still go to their restaurants, they can still go to movies, and they can still kick people under the bus. We've got to understand what kind of fight we're in. And it does mean discomfort. It does mean the willingness to fight. And sometimes that fight has to be in our own cave. We often say that the call is coming from inside the house, right? The horror movie when you think it's all out there, but it's actually in the house. We've got stuff in the house. And that's why we did this report, so people can figure out where in the house they need to look and where they need to fight back.
Dr. Crenshaw, tell people where they can find this report.
You can find the report at our website. It's www.aapf.org. AAPF stands for the African American Policy Forum. So you can find the report there. You can also find information about our freedom to learn.
Dr. Crenshaw, show it again. Just so somebody is asking, you can see it. Move it a little bit to right there. That's good. And then
check out Freedom to Learn, because we're trying to defend the Smithsonian and all of the Black history that they're destroying as a way to make us illiterate. And when you're illiterate, you're easier to control. We all know that.
And then since you're such a brilliant thinker, where can we find your thoughts? Are you on social media anywhere? If you're not, that's okay, because it's maybe better.
So I'm old school and a little bit of new school. So my largest following used to be X, but I don't post there anymore. You can find me on Blue Sky, Instagram, TikTok, and Facebook.
That's a lot. Are you doing a newsletter? Everybody's doing a newsletter these days. Where are you writing these days? I want to,
My producer would kill me if I didn't say that we have a podcast, an award-winning podcast called Intersectionality Matters. We just won a silver award for our special episode on Selma 60 years later. If you don't listen to anything, please go and listen to that. It gives you both the understanding about why voting rights are so vital right now and what we need to do to defend it. And we also have a special series in the podcast on the true history of critical race theory called the United States of Amnesia. So if you want receipts, you have a sense that what you're hearing isn't quite right, but you don't have time to read that big red book, go check out Intersectionality Matters. We have a special series on critical race theory there.
And we'll stop there. I'm really happy to, I've met you a couple times, and I'm always excited to talk to you. Somebody I've read when I was in college, make you feel old, but also hopefully understand you've had an impact on so many people. So thanks for joining me, and I appreciate it. Good to see you.
Thank you, Perry. A pleasure.
Yeah, I recommend books. More people should read them. It would definitely make the world a better place. So this is the Friday Crime Report, and I see T is going to be doing a show. So I'm kind of glad, because after I'm done with my ranting here, I can listen to her show and clean the kitchen. Of course, as you can probably tell, I've had a couple beers, so I probably won't. But I'm actually cleaning a little as we watch these videos.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the professor, and this is the moment of truth. And now the Friday Crime Report. North Texas, July 2024. They say everything's bigger in Texas, and that includes the stupidity too. Gavin Weissenberg of Allen, Texas, and Tanner Thomas of Argyle had a plan that they must have cooked up while huffing lead paint. For a year, they had been preparing to carry out an invasion of Haiti. Yes, Haiti. They were going to buy a boat, sail to Gonave Island, which is off the coast of Haiti, and then they would kill every man on the island and take the women and children as their sex slaves. Did I mention that Gonave Island has a population of 87,000 people? This would be a stupid plan even if they went to Micronesia and tried it, but to call themselves invading Haiti is suicide. Anyway, our two Call of Duty commandos began their brilliant scheme in July of last year when they started plotting with each other over the internet what they were going to do. And then in August of last year, Weissenberg enrolled in North Texas Fire Academy in Rockwall in an effort to gain training for useful skills for their plot. He failed out of the program after only 6 months. In January of this year, Tanner Thomas enlisted in the U.S. Air Force. Apparently, he thought that would give him enough training to overthrow an entire island of tens of thousands of people. You know, unless the plan involves dropping a nuke on the place, the only thing the Air Force could prepare them to do is to become POWs. Right after Weissenberg flunked out of the Fire Training Academy, he immediately bought tickets to Thailand. I'm pretty sure he used his state mental health disability money to pay for it. He went to Thailand with the intention of enrolling in a sailing course. I guess he was going to be the skipper for whatever dinghy raft they bought for the invasion. According to the indictment, though, Weissenberg ultimately didn't enroll due to the costs. By the way, these two degenerates were actively plotting to go to Haiti to violate children. And this Weissenberg creep went to Thailand to take a sailing course? Sure, pull my other leg, why don't you? Thailand is a magnet for pedophiles. If he wanted to learn to sail a boat, there's plenty of places in Texas where he could have learned that. And if he didn't like Texas, he could have bought a plane ticket to some other U.S. state. Why go to a foreign country in Asia, thousands of miles away, for something he could have done at home for a lot cheaper? I think it's safe to say these guys were already practicing their demonic activities with the kids over there in Thailand. While Weissenberg was busy prowling the playgrounds, Thomas got the Air Force to give him a duty assignment in Maryland. He did this to recruit homeless people from the Washington, D.C. area, as well as attempt to recruit people online. Well, at least they were thinking that they might need more than two goofballs to take over an island. It's not entirely spelled out how these two planned to get the weapons they would need for their invasion, but given these two's IQ, I'm willing to bet they thought they could just take them off the locals. Now, the two of them have been arrested, and they've also been accused of coercing a minor to engage in sex acts on camera back in 2024. I hope that somebody also asks some questions about Weissenberg's whereabouts in Thailand while he was busy looking for a sailing course. A grand jury indicted them both on counts of conspiracy to commit murder, maim, or kidnap in a foreign country, and production of child pornography. They face up to life in federal prison if they're convicted on the conspiracy to murder charge, and 15 to 30 years if convicted on the child pornography charge. You've heard of the Bay of Pigs? Well, these two little stunts should have been called the puddle of crap. I've got to wonder, though, how much meth do you have to smoke before you start to think this is a good idea? These two white men were talking about going to Haiti, and they were going to kill all the men on the island, and they were going to take the women and the children as sex slaves. The U.S. government didn't arrest these two for the sake of the Haitians. They did it to protect these two. The worst thing the U.S. government could do would be to drop these two gerbils off over in Haiti. I would imagine that the only Haitians they've ever actually met would be Corinne Pierre and Roland Martin, and because of that, I can understand why they might think that the Haitians are soft. But if they ever made the mistake of actually going to Haiti, then they'd find out there's a reason the French never came back. Even the U.S. doesn't want to go in there since it would be like Mogadishu, but without the RPGs. Well, I for one say let them go. They'll have a chance to meet some of the friendly locals, like Barbecue, the corrupt cop turned homicidal maniac, whose specialty is roasting people alive, hence the name. Barbecue and the rest of those lunatics would turn them into hors d'oeuvres. Forget about body parts, there wouldn't even be body pieces left. And if the Haitians let them live, that would be even worse, because they would turn those two white boys into their sex slaves. Ordinarily, I would say that these two have read the Turner Diaries too many times, but they would have to learn to read first. This is what happens when your formative years are spent in video game chat rooms where you talk racist trash while playing World of Warcraft. A lot of things sound good to idiots while they're smoking cheap weed and have been going on marathon video game sessions while binge watching their favorite TV shows starring white guys acting tough. You start to brainwash yourself and think you can do that mess for real, but you can't. But this little incident does answer the question, do these morons who like to talk trash in comment sections and such actually think that they're tough enough to call themselves killing a whole bunch of black folks on their own? Yeah, they've actually convinced themselves that they can. See, this is the end result of all of those decades of action movies that people like these two love to worship. Everything from Rambo to John Wick. They win a couple of rounds on Call of Duty and they start telling themselves that they're some sort of elite soldier, when in reality, they're just a couple of pencil-neck pedophiles from Texas. All right, now here's where the conversation gets a little serious. Where did these two inbreds get the idea that just a little bit of U.S. military training is all that would be required for them to take over an island in Haiti? Well, perhaps they got the idea from websites like this, militarytimes.com. Last year, around the time these two had first started planning their invasion, militarytimes.com posted a story entitled, "This Marine Ruled as a King of a Haitian Island for 3 years." It was about a guy named Faustin Werkus, and this Military Times website gushes over him as, quote, the stuff of Marine Corps legend. Long story short, this article says that in 1915, Werkus was posted to Haiti to, as they put it, restore order. Now, the way the Military Times tells it, this white man from Pennsylvania just fell in love with Haiti, and he just couldn't stop from going back. And in the tradition of the white man's burden, he wasn't doing it just to benefit himself. No, he instead spent his time stopping the local tax collectors from mistreating Haitian women. Remember, white supremacy always tries to justify its violence and invasions with the pseudo-chivalrous pap about, oh, we're doing it to save the local women from being mistreated by the men there. That's one of their favorite propaganda talking points to use. It's supposed to be their way of saying, well, we may be bad, but those people we're trying to take over, they're even worse. According to this story, the woman Werkus rescued from the tax collectors claimed to be Queen Taimini of, wait for it, she claimed to be a queen from La Gonave. Any of this sounding familiar yet? This so-called article doesn't say what happened during this guy's time, but it does say that 5 years later, Werkus was still obsessing over Haiti and badgered his superiors to send him back there. Kind of the same way that Tanner character was badgering his superiors to send him to Baltimore. They understand that when you're white, the military lets you choose where you go. Now, of course, this article tries to make this Werkus character out to be so beneficial and benevolent to the locals, so much so that they just had to make him their king. The talking point used is that there was a superstition that a previous ruler who disappeared in 1848 said that there would be a descendant with the same name who would come back to the throne. And this was how this white guy from Pennsylvania became the White King of La Gonave. Well, the king only ruled for 3 years, and then he went back to the States and never returned. A strange thing for a king to do, don't you think? This guy spent years trying to get to Haiti. He nagged his superiors to send him there time and time again, and then when they do it, he becomes a king, and then leaves after only a few years. And the story never says that Werkus married Queen What's-Her-Name. This woman was his queen, but apparently they weren't married either. How accepted was this guy? This so-called article says the guy oversaw the construction of the first airfield and directed the first census. Now, that airfield was for the U.S. military aircraft. He certainly wasn't doing it to have an airfield for the locals. And a census, that's just a head count, which is a crucial part of how the military does their assessments. You always want to know how many of the local people you may have to kill. Now, as we all know, the Europeans and their diaspora were obsessed with trying to become kings, even if only in name. And the ones who actually did travel, they were always telling tall tales about all the great stuff they claimed to have done. They were constantly telling lies and fairy tales about how wherever they went, the locals bowed down to them and just couldn't wait to make them their leader. Which is why they had to wage wars of imperialism and kill and enslave everyone they met, because the locals just wanted them to be their rulers so badly. Now, while the Military Times was trying to lionize this guy, at no point does this article ever mention that the U.S. had been stealing Haiti's wealth. In fact, just a year before this Werkus character first got to Haiti, the U.S. had robbed the Haitian National Bank of its gold reserves and had set up a full occupation. They were not there to restore order. They were there to set up Haiti as an outpost of white power in the Caribbean. And that wasn't even the first time the U.S. had invaded, because before that, the U.S. had passed what it called the U.S. Guana Islands Act of 1856, which authorized white businessmen to lay claim to any islands that had guana deposits. They chose to invade and take over Navassa Island. These white American businessmen who invaded these places worked the locals under harsh conditions so bad that in 1899 there was a labor riot. By the time the Haitians' labor revolt had ended, 5 whites would be dead. The U.S. arrested a number of Haitians, 43 in all, and charged them with crimes ranging from rioting to murder. And that was when 2 African-American Reed Foundational Black American organizations hired lawyers to defend these Haitians. See, that's the part of all of these struggles and revolutions that gets left out. The part the Foundational Black Americans have always played in these things. Unsung heroes because we weren't looking for glory. When we saw the Haitians on code and putting in work, we didn't condemn them. We didn't say, oh, you're going to make things bad for the rest of us. We didn't try to get in good with white power by saying, we're going to help you go after them, master. Instead, what we said was these men should be free. They've committed no crime. And then we put resources behind that effort. The same way the Black grassroots rallied in 2020 during those uprisings and made sure to get people the legal help that they needed, get people bailed out. We got a long tradition of doing this, a strong tradition. Now, the white government's original plan was that they were going to make a mass example out of the Haitians, give them a fair trial to be immediately followed by a fair hanging. But as a result of the support they got from the FBA community, 3 of the defendants were convicted of murder and sentenced to hang. Supporters of the defendants mounted a petition campaign urging President Benjamin Harrison to grant clemency. As a result, he commuted the death sentences to life imprisonment. After that, the U.S. abandoned its direct exploitation of Navassa Island, and from then on only made rhetorical claims to it. That's what was going on before the white Marines showed up, raping the land of its resources and stealing the nation's wealth. This was the order that the U.S. sent this Workus guy there to restore. But of course, there was no mention of any of this in the Military Times because they care about history so much, right? I've been telling you for nearly 2 decades now that when you see these white guys who are so obsessed with going to these third world countries and who can't wait to get there, it's not because they like the locals so much. They go there primarily to engage in sexual exploitation, usually of children. The UN had that scandal years back where a number of so-called peacekeepers were down there raping those kids. And what did Frick and Frack the Brainless brothers want to do? The exact same thing. The pedophile charge against them is no coincidence. So while this story does fall into the man bites dog category to an extent, it's also another example that the U.S. military has a tradition of white men going into places and trying to chase after every unprotected female they can find. Just like Workus the pervert, these 2 were trying to prey on the people there. It's been over 100 years since the last white man thought he would be the king of Laganav, and as I've always told you, white supremacy doesn't have any new material, so they just do the same thing, only more of it. And these 2 gerbils are not boomers. They're not even Gen Xers. They're both Gen Z. Ages 20 and 21. This is what white society's been teaching in its homes. This is why racism is still a problem. The people who benefit from white supremacy lie and claim that they're not doing any of it, when in reality, they're the main purveyors of it. And it's being taught from generation to generation, but that's one of the things that you're not allowed to say under white supremacy. Every major arena of the society plays along with their lies and denials, but we won't. You know, if I really wanted to be mean, what I'd do is I'd start a petition to tell the Justice Department to drop the charges against these 2 if they agreed to go to Haiti, and give them all the weapons you want. Give them guns, give them knives, give them grenades, hell, give them a couple of howitzers. Instead of dying in the first 5 seconds, they die in the first 5 minutes. Televise that stuff, go ahead and post it on social media. Let all of their buddies see exactly what would happen if any of these clowns actually thought that they were going to play out their Call of Duty fantasies in the real world. Websites like the Military Times have clowns like this thinking to themselves that history would repeat itself. Well, in a way, they actually would be right. But the history that would repeat itself wouldn't be Workus the wannabe white king. Instead, since these 2 are from Texas, the history that would repeat itself would be the Alamo. And that's this week's Friday Crime Report. Keep your eyes open and stay on alert, because there's a lot worse criminals out there than the ones the white corporate media chooses to show you. Good.
Well, all right. That was inspiring. And Barris is the future king of Haiti. Yeah, okay. I don't even know what to say to that, but Whatever. This is Cynthia G, and I'm curious to know what she has to say about pearly things. And this is by no means that I'm interested in, the pearly bashing or anything like that. I'm just interested in what Cynthia G has to say. And her specifically. God damn.
Okay.
Apparently she knows she's good looking.
Hey, everybody. Tam Tam said she's making pot roast. Let me put this link where it needs to be, because we're going to get started here, because y'all listen. Let me just tell you something. There is way too many, there's way too much going on with this pearly dead fish situation. And what I'm noticing is that nobody's really talking about what really needs to be talked about. So I want to come on here and talk about what I believe really needs to be talked about. But
needs to be talked about.
Let
Is
me
it me? That
do
makeup
some
is
stuff on the
heavy.
back end. And if y'all are wondering why I always do the back end stuff when it goes live, is because of the way that YouTube is set up. You can't do everything you need to do until you're live, because of how they changed it. So let me get some music, and then I'm going to take care of some stuff on the back end really quickly. Yeah. Hold on, because my stuff wasn't playing. I'm going to do some stuff on the back end really quickly.
She must be using
and then I'll be right back. So hold on for a second.
Well, let me skip ahead.
Let's talk about what's really for the first time. Go ahead and hit that subscribe button. Click those notifications.
Do y'all just sometimes have
using
YouTube
OBS.
just randomly start videos on y'all's phone? Well, that just happened to me. If y'all was wondering, if y'all were wondering what just happened, that was YouTube just randomly starting a video on my channel. Sometimes it does that on my phone. It'll just randomly start videos. But anyway, most of these bandits already know that most Black women, it doesn't matter, like, for real. Hold on, let me put this on Do Not Disturb, because honestly, every single time, I don't know if y'all be having this issue either.
Someone made a comparison to Fran Drescher, and I'm starting to see this. I am literally starting to get annoyed.
But I find that every time I go live or I get ready to record a video is the time that a lot of people want to call or text, and I don't understand. I don't understand the timing of that. But anyway, I wanted to come on here to talk more about this situation. There's two things that I want to go over first, that I want to show y'all.
Actually, her voice sounds like a female Urkel.
There's just one main thing that I want to show y'all, because y'all will not stop sending me emails and messages about this story out of Florida, where a bandit just showed yet again that I'm right, and that they have the white supremacist pathology that they talk about, and that's why they employ a lot of their methods, and that's why they engage in a lot of the behavior. It just is what it is. But I'm going to get into that in a minute here. But I really want y'all to understand why these bandits run around whining, crying, and complaining, because in the midst of this pearly dead fish situation, and yes, I will continue to address it accordingly, a lot of things that I've said has obviously been proven right. I see my name in a lot of comment sections. I get people sending me screenshots with my name in a lot of the comment sections after having their discussions and doing their panels. I'm hearing my name come out of the mouth of a lot of manosphere mules, and I'm not going to say I really dislike it, because to be honest, people are going to say your name. I mean, obviously they must think this is Destiny Child or something. I never told y'all to say my name, so I don't know why y'all running around saying it, but nonetheless, a lot of people are. Most of the time, I don't even watch the video, so most of this is coming from screenshots that people have sent me or clips that people have sent me, and I'm seeing my name come out a lot of people's mouth. A lot of people are lifting their dusty fingers to type my name in chat boxes and I suspect this is due to the case, because literally everything I've been saying about these bandits have been proven to be true. Every single thing that I've said has been proven true. And what you've had here is a bunch of manosphere mules who want to tag me in videos and send their bandits to be like, oh, debate this person. There doesn't need to be any debates. And that's why I've declined them all and ignored them. First of all, if you're going to approach me for a debate, you need to approach me with my bag. It just is what it is. There's a fee for that. I'm not about to sit up here and just have meaningless discussions when I know I'm right. I'm not going to sit up here and hear people filibuster or try to recreate history. I already know what history is about. I already know who these bandits are. I don't need to have any discussions with anybody. All I need to do is sit and wait for these bandits to show who they are. And they show who they are all the time. That's why I say I'm right, because I'm right. And they're going to continue to keep proving me right. So the manosphere mules can try to cop please and save face and do damage control now. Y'all out here looking crazy. Y'all out here looking stone fools. And fools because you've been told how these bandits were, but you still wanted to sit up here and worship. You still wanted to praise. You still wanted to attack Black women on their behalf. And now you're just looking ridiculous. Out here attacking a preference that the bandits that you've been worshiping done set up here and chose. And they've been showing you all throughout history that this is who they were. It just is what it is. We're going to take a pause for the cause and we're going to get back into it, because a lot of y'all have been asking me to go over this story. Y'all know I don't really like doing content on stories where children are being harmed. Y'all know that. I've said that several times. I've said it a lot of times. I'm going to tell y'all. I've said several times, I don't really like covering stories. Let me share the picture so y'all can see the article that I'm going over. A lot of people on in my emails have sent me this. A lot of people on TikTok have tagged me into this. I don't really go onto TikTok that much. Y'all know I tried to do the TikTok thing, and I might try to do it again. I really might. I think I might try to do it again just for y'all, because I know y'all want me to go on TikTok. But sometimes I just don't have time to break down clips of my content and then put it on TikTok. I don't be having time to do that. But y'all have been asking me to talk about this story here. And before I go into this story, I just want to ask, why are Black women still creating children with these bandits? This is yet another thing that Black women tend to ignore, is the fact that these bandits done gave you a laundry list of reasons that's why you should stop procreating with them, why you should stop birthing their children. And I'm not here to police who people have sex with. I'm not the Dick Patrol. I'm not the Badge Patrol. I'm not going to become the Dick and Badge Patrol. I'm just not going to. If other women want to do that, hey, knock yourself out. I'm not going to do that. I'm here for a certain reason, and it's not to police who people are sleeping with. Because just because you sleep with somebody does not mean you need to birth their child. I don't understand at this point why Black women are choosing to birth children to bandits that, number one, you already know there's a very high significant chance that they're going to abandon them before they even come out the womb. Upon learning that you are pregnant, that you have been impregnated by them, mind you, because women don't just go out and get pregnant. If men were not impregnating women, there will be no pregnancies. It just is what it is. except for if a woman chooses to go into a sperm bank and then get the genetic material needed in order to conceive. We already know that's not the primary means by which women are being impregnated. The primary means by which women are being impregnated is by men. In the Black community, the primary means by which Black women are being impregnated is by Black men. I don't care how stupid they pretend that they are. If you don't know how children are created, then you're too dumb to be having sex as far as I'm concerned. The bottom line of it is, why are you still having their children? Because I keep getting these articles, and it could be on TikTok, it could be in an email, it could be on Facebook, it could be on IG, whatever. I keep getting these stories, and it's the same thing. Some bandit done toe tagged his baby mama on a live stream, or he done toe tagged his kid. Now, this story right here is particularly disturbing, though, because you have a bandit who is literally showing his white supremacist ways. There should never be a 2-year-old that gets found in the mouth of an alligator. I want y'all to go do some research on some carnival games and just some general practices that was taking place during the time that these bandits had you subjugated on a plantation because they're so weak and ineffective. I want y'all to go read up on how much this relates to that. Because I've told y'all it was their white supremacist pathology that landed you on the plantation, and y'all still want to pretend, not y'all, but you know y'all, want to pretend that this ain't the case. This baby had been missing since his mother was toe tagged in her home by the same bandit. But he was found in the mouth of an alligator. Now, had this woman selectively made it, do y'all think that she would be in this? Would we be doing this article right now? Would we be talking about the deplorable actions of a certified demon if this woman would have just selectively made it? Instead, she wanted to have Black children. And we know that because the only reason at this point that you could possibly be wanting to create children and birth children to these bandits is because they are Black. This is the result of your own vanity. Okay? I don't like talking about stories like this because largely Black women are going to ignore it. Like, really and truly, Black women don't care if their children are being toe tagged by these bandits. They really don't care if they're being abandoned by them. They really don't care if they've been abused by them. And the reason I'm saying that Black women largely...
Wow. What am I to say to this? Well, very interesting.
Really don't care. That doesn't mean that all Black women don't, but most Black women don't care. And we know that because you keep on producing these children in this raggedy, tacky, toxic community and within a white supremacist system. You want to complain that your kids are being funneled into the school to prison pipeline. Okay, well, this is the system that your bandits integrated you into, all for the sake of having access to the pearly things of society. Because they fought for that too. We're going to get more into that later. You're having children under circumstances that nobody else would have children under. I want y'all to understand that. Like, this has been going on, really. This really has been going on. And then look, yet again, another Black family that needs to go to GoFundMe to get money because ain't nobody getting life insurance. When you know bandits are running around toe tagging everybody in the community. Bandits running full amok, doing everything they can, causing all this harm, crime, and violence, and y'all ain't getting life insurance. Why? Why do we keep saying GoFundMe accounts and nobody's getting life insurance? Life insurance is a way that you can build wealth, by the way, too. Life insurance is a wealth builder. Because these bandits don't care to the degree they want to burden you to such a high degree that they're even going to burden you posthumous. Even in their demise, they want to burden you. Thomas Mosley, the father of Taylor Mosley, was charged with 2 counts of first-degree toe tagging in connection with the 2-year-old's toe tagging and the toe tagging of his mother, 20-year-old Pashun Jeffrey. This was a bandit who I can guarantee you he gave her some indication that he didn't want this kid. How many of y'all want to bet that this bandit, before this child was even birthed, How many of y'all want to bet that this bandit gave this woman some kind of indication that he didn't want the kids? Because the bandit is always going to do that. They're going to give you some kind of indication. They're loudly all over social media talking about how they don't want these children. There's no Black woman who can say she's confused about the state of Black men. No, you're ignoring it. According to an arrest affidavit, Jeffrey's family visited her home for Thomas Mosley's birthday party Wednesday afternoon. Speaking at a press conference early Friday morning, Chief Anthony Holloway said that the mother and son were last seen alive that Wednesday around 5:20 p.m. and later that night around 8:30. Neighbors heard a loud noise coming from the area of the apartment. Police were not called at the time. And I guarantee you she lived in some kind of hood where there's other Black women and other Black people who are going to uphold this silly notion that somehow you shouldn't call the only people really here who would provide you some protection, because the damn sure ain't going to be these bandits. But you've been convinced to not call them in the event that a bandit is terrorizing your neighborhood. And this was one of those cases. The next day, family members asked police to check on Jeffrey, so they asked them to do a welfare check. When they hadn't heard from her, officers found her toe tagged in, quote unquote, a very violent scene in her apartment with multiple stab wounds. The baby was missing. They said she had in excess of 100 wounds. That's called a crime of passion. There was some emotion behind this toe tagging, is what that means. They put out an Amber Alert, and when they found the baby, ultimately they found it in the mouth of an alligator. So this was the certified demonic white supremacy. We need to look no further than this article. I'm not going to sit here and let this into my spirit, y'all. I'm not. And I saw the comments before I even came on here of people saying that they want me to talk about this situation happening in Florida. This is a situation that Black women could easily rectify by just not producing these bandits. You could just not produce them. You could just choose to not birth children to demonic bandits who have already told you where they stood when they weren't providing for them and then abandoned them. And now it's escalated all the way to them putting them in alligator mouths. Because y'all don't believe fat meat is greasy and you don't want to do anything about these treasonous bandits who you clearly uphold over your very own children. I don't want to hear any more stories about Black women being toe tagged, and the reason is because they're not going to do anything about it anyway. And I already know that your selective mating would have to take place over several. Actually, you could do one generation of selective mating and it would help your community immensely. Smart people engage in selective mating, especially when they have a community full of trash bag bandits, and you've had it. What? How many generations? 16 generations of you been on a plantation and seen how these bandits are. From plantation time to now, it has been 16 generations, and Black women still act like they don't got a clue, like we're just stuck on stupid or something. Please point to me another group of women who's birthing children into this type circumstance. Because if you are birthing children into this type circumstance, a white supremacist society, one that's violent towards the males, one where the males are going to be a target, one where all of the children is going to be abandoned by bandits, then that's a problem. You don't care about your children. If you cared about them, you would not birth them until you had a better environment to birth them in. Where is the maternal instinct? And I don't mean the maternal instinct that says, I just want to have a baby just so I can create a Black baby, some Black skin, because they damn sure ain't going to have no legacy. They dusty father going to make it known that he don't even want to be there. What is the reason for birthing them? Why? Vanity? You want to have something to worship that you shouldn't be worshiped? Why are you worshiping your creation? Tell me where they do that at. Find me any story of any gods, mythological or not, that worship their creation. Typically, creators have their creation worshiping them. Yours happen to be treasonous bandits who are toe tagging you. No one who is smart in terms of females, not even animals, who crawl on four. Animals who crawl on four do not even birth children and offspring into this type of situation. If the environment is not right, if there isn't a way to provide for their children, if their males are failures, no offspring gets birthed. None. But here goes Black women, generation after generation after generation, popping out babies, but then complaining about the environment that you're choosing to birth them into. You are choosing to birth them into these environments. Nobody else has power or control over it but you. The Queen was doing a reading, and this is the thing that really showed me how delusional a lot of Black women are. Queen was doing a reading and she was pulling cards on the obvious, because it shouldn't be, you don't need a tarot reader to tell you that bandits don't want to be birthed into this society as a Black man. They don't. They act like they don't. They literally hate and despise their own Blackness, and they hate and despise you more because you keep birthing them here as Black males. You keep doing it. And you calling them kings and they ain't got no damn kingdom nowhere. You're lying to them. You're lying to them and you're selling them a fantasy just because you live in one. You want them to be kings. They ain't actualized as kings nowhere. You can't point to one kingdom. Bandits are over here cyber slurping a pearly dead fish who's supposedly giving them jobs because they can't create it for themselves. It is very, very clear that bandits do not want to exist here, but you keep birthing them. A Black woman in the comment section said, oh, well, you're blaming it all on Black women. Nobody but Black women is to blame, but who else birthed Black males? Who else birthed them? Nobody can give birth except natural born females. I don't care how they feel. So of course it would be your fault for birthing children, and ain't nobody else doing it but you. Like we can't be in such a state of delusion that you think that somebody else is responsible for you choosing to give birth. You are choosing to give birth despite the lack of economics in your community, the lack of fathers, the violence, the abandonment, the inappropriate touching. This is demonic. You are being demonic by choosing to birth children. And the bandits have already told you they were never on ship to abandon it. They were never there to abandon it. Never. I don't care how much a bandit lies. If they breathe and they lying, by the way, but I don't care how much a bandit lies. There is no data or any evidence that substantiates any claim that they were ever providing for any family. They weren't. If you were on welfare, they were not providing. It is just that simple. 1 + 1 will always equal 2. It will never equal 3, 4, or 5. And I don't care how much a bandit tries to make it. It's still going to be 1 + 1 is still going to equal 2. The only people who can give birth is you. So yes, it is your fault that you are giving birth and subjecting your children to this environment. It would be different if the bandits were even attempting to change the environment, but they are not. And if they are trying to change it, they're trying to change it not for the better, but for the worse. So yes, you would be to blame for who you give birth to. Who else would be? Put a 1 in the chat box if there's anybody else to blame for who Black women choose to give birth to. Because like I said, 9 times out of 10, before you even get to the point of needing to give birth, that bandit done already told you he don't want them kids. I'm willing to bet shortly after you make it known to him that he impregnated you, he's going to let you know that he don't want that kid and have no intention of being there. And you keep having the kids thinking that somehow you can change a bandit's mind that you ain't never changed. Black women have never been important enough to Black men to change their mind on anything. And yet you still... Why? Like, I don't get why you would think that anything that you say matter to them. Like they just don't care, and it's quite obvious that they don't care. There's no reason for them to care because they ain't gonna take no L's. You ain't about to subject Black men to no consequence. They already know that. They can do whatever they want to. Whatever they want to. And you're still going to advocate for them. You're still going to call them the preference. You still go birth their children. You still go birth them. What type of women birth males who've already declared themselves your enemy? Like, what group of smart people do that? You just get to sit up and declare yourself the enemy of the women who give birth to you, and those women continue to give birth? Yeah, that's really smart. Because they're not only telling you that you are their enemy, they're showing you. I want y'all to listen to something here. This should be something that would make Black women stop birthing these bandits, but it ain't.
Outside of killing the Black women we have right now, that will make any significant change in our society. Once we see the root of evil, which is the Black woman, we have to cut her out. You can't chastise her. You can't punish her. You can't discuss anything with her because she's made it blatantly clear that she does not care about you or your well-being or what's best for you. She does not.
I want to pause it here because, listen, this bandit is speaking these words, but the behavior of these overall bandits is substantiating that they feel this way. They've declared you your enemy. They said that the only way to deal with you is to toe tag you, and they are toe tagging you. And they toe tagging your kids too, and they doing it on live stream. They want the whole world to know because they don't care. They want you to know how much they hate you because they know it don't matter how much they hate you, you still go mule for them. You think they are even, do you think these manosphere bandits care about these manosphere mules whining and crying, attacking their preference? They don't care anything about that. You still go defend them. You still ain't going nowhere. You still stuck on stupid. So why even waste time? Why are you wasting everybody's time acting like you stand for something and you have some standards, expectations, and boundaries? This should be one of the boundaries. If you had some, this would be one of the boundaries that they would have crossed that would have got them cut off. But they know you don't have no boundaries. And I can tell you if they running my name through chat boxes, it's because they know for damn sure that number one, I ain't apologizing, I ain't defending you, I'm standing 10 toes down, and you absolutely are cut off. They violated my boundaries a long time ago. It don't take a pearly dead fish in a space to get me to see who they are. But y'all gonna stay stuck on stupid though. The manosphere mules will.
Not care about the rightness
like
or the
her.
wrongness of anything. She just wants
Oh,
to
look,
win.
John Galt is
She
live.
just wants what she
Interesting.
wants. If the
Canuck,
system
Gen Z,
isn't going to change,
BW,
and it's
and the
not.
deviant
If the
millennials who
female
love them.
isn't going to change,
Yeah,
and she's not,
that's too
who needs to
complicated
change? Us, we do. We've tried everything.
thing
The
for
only
me to
thing we
be
haven't
interested
tried
in.
is violence. And we know that will actually succeed.
Look how delusional they are. They're gonna say if the system don't change, mind
Look
you,
at
because
John
their
getting
real
all
beef
creative.
is with the system. You ain't really did nothing to them but birth them into the system. That's why they keep bringing.
All right. Well, you know what? We can only take so much ranting. So I see my good friend Chef Big Bank is live. And her production is going up too. So we're gonna watch her a little bit.
Don't care about nothing that go on.
The topic is interesting.
Your mother, your father, your
It's
brother,
called
your sister.
Thanksgiving
You don't care
Family
about
Conflict.
all you do is just talk, tell you the bully. You run everything.
Okay.
You ain't gotta.
Okay.
You trying to tell them stuff.
Well, like I said, we're not together because we've grown apart.
So
he's a, BAN. If we being for real, I'm not trying to, curse him.
You telling your father for what? He can't tell you nothing. He don't got no advice for you. Your mother ain't got no advice for you. Nobody got no advice for you, bro. You ain't got nothing going on.
Oh
You
dear.
got nothing going on. You out the PJs now. You acting bad. It's over for you. It's over. Saying, though? What you saying, dude? What she moved to Jersey? She act like she really strong. A lot. What? A lot. This ain't got. This ain't about you. I'm just letting her know about herself.
Like, why
I'm trying to understand what you got going
Right.
on.
It's
though.
like, what
If you
saying
saying
you trying to
that,
tear her down?
what you got?
What are you trying to do?
Tell her
Why
that
you
she
trying
ain't
to?
get-
Yeah.
She ain't get nowhere. She been there.
Wow.
Because you be quiet and go in the room.
Go weird. Wow. Wow.
Wow.
Wow.
Oh, there are kids there.
I'm up. I'm up, baby. I'm up. Now he's playing mom.
Oh, and by the way,
Yeah, so she messed it up when I
shout out to Chef Big Bang. I'm gonna drop her link. Everyone should subscribe to her. She actually does a lot of cooking videos, and I highly recommend her.
Let me turn on the cameras in case they try to play with me. Hey, can you guys send Sidon out, please? I'm not playing this game. Okay, that's fine. He can come. Send him out.
So, cuz.
Hey, how are you? Yeah, I'm here now. Don't play with me. Don't play with my kids like that. I called here, my grandma answered the phone, and then she acted like she couldn't tell me if my son was here. Don't play with my kids. I don't play with that bitch's kids. I don't play with them like that. Don't play with me like these bitches know I don't even fucking talk to them. My kids coming here is one thing. So, come on. I'm not playing with them like that. If I need to call the police to come here, I'll call them to come here. It's not a big deal. Y'all playing with my kids. I don't play with y'all's kids. I don't play with y'all. So y'all already know what the fuck it is. I don't play with y'all. So get your stuff on. Come on. Get your jacket. He said he's at the light. It don't matter where he's at, Meek. That's my kid. I'm not saying That's my kid. This was your kid, Shamika. You know that. So why are y'all playing with my kid like this? I don't get what you mean by it doesn't matter. I told you to send my kid outside.
I did.
Oh, okay. All right. Don't talk to me. You know I don't fuck with you.
He literally.
I hate when people talk to me and they know I don't fuck with them. She know I don't fuck with her.
He literally said.
And he know I don't fuck with him either. That's why I didn't come here. Oh, okay. Well, Fonz knew. But Fonz lied to you because me and him had a conversation. We had dialogue already. Fonz knew. He said to me, Bree, I didn't know you was not going to Thanksgiving. So grandma called, says, can Sidon come there? I say, yes, Sidon can go. He said, I don't know that you're not going to Thanksgiving. He said, can he at least stay till 5? I said, we have somewhere to be at 2:00. We have Thanksgiving. No. That's why. So then I get it. So then when I said to him, I said, so he said, can he stay a little bit at grandma's? I said, no, I don't want him around those fucking people, the people I don't fuck with. Okay, that's my kids, that's my boundaries, right? So he said, okay, can you get him at 5? I said, we have dinner at 2. Fonz then texted me and said, okay, I get it, whatever. Then he said, oh, I'm going to take him to New York. So this is no drama. If you want to do whatever, we're going to go to New York for Thanksgiving. I said, okay, that's fine. We have a 50-50 custody agreement. You're in contempt of the court when you don't give me my son, when we had an agreement from yesterday. I have the text messages that you were giving me Sidon today. We have an agreement. Yes, we have an agreement.
So why you don't fuck with me?
Donna, you're fake. You're fake. Donna, you're fake. You checked on me when my house flooded. You ain't really check on me. Y'all bitches ain't called me since my mother died. Fuck out of here. Then you let your sisters connive against me to call diapers. You ain't correct them bitches and tell them. Lori's hairy ass and fucking people. Y'all want to sweep shit under the rug. I don't do that. I heal out loud. It's done.
Like I said,
Alphonse, can I please have my son? Okay, that's fine. I'm gonna call the police.
And y'all ain't gonna never in y'all motherfucking life make it like I'm lying. Y'all can say I abused y'all as a kid. Yeah, I beat y'all motherfucking ass, snatched her out. Sure the fuck did. Didn't give a fuck. And you a hoe. I had one good daughter. I got one good oldest daughter, and I'm proud of her. Deveria Taylor. Yes, I'm very fucking proud of her. I wouldn't claim you if it was $100 on the table on my mama. I would not claim you.
Happy Thanksgiving, you guys. Thank you all so much for being here.
No, that's rather depressing. Not sure I could watch anymore. I don't even know where to go with this. We should not be warring on Thanksgiving. It's too easy not to go somewhere. So, I don't know. It doesn't seem like a whole bunch of people are hitting the link or anything like that. I was hoping Mo Love would come back. But it is not to be. And I cannot think of anything else for content. Let's see. I did all the news stories. I have been on for damn near 4 hours. Wow. Time flies when you're having fun. You know what? Let's hear this irony thing, and then everybody hit the link if you want. Don't be shy. And if you are new to the channel, please make sure that you like, share, and subscribe. Kind of an acquired taste. Check it out. Stay if you want. No harm, no foul. If it tends to not be what you want. So let's hear what Irony has to say. And he's wearing a turtleneck too. Kind of feminine, right?
That might actually resuscitate Pan-Africanism and rehabilitate organized Jewry, and tell you what all these. America, my name is Amiose Frimpong, and it's not obvious to me that there's a difference between organized Jewry and Pan-Africanism. Now, I will be honest, I am not a huge fan of Pan-Africanism, but I'm going to try to give you a few different takes that might actually resuscitate Pan-Africanism and rehabilitate organized Jewry, and tell you what all these mean and the differences between them. I think I can do this in about 10-15 minutes. All right. So let's just go about why I'm not a huge fan of Pan-Africanism. The idea that all Black people are connected and we should all fight for each other, with each other, and because we are one people. Well, and there's a way in which that makes sense insofar as, okay, there's a legitimate way in which that makes sense insofar as the Black identity is itself an artifact of colonialism. Before Black people were Black, they were, different tribes among Black, right? So Africans don't think of themselves as Black, they think of themselves as whatever tribe they're from, and that has the different particular characteristics different from another tribe, and different cultural path determinant lineages go from one set of ancestors to another, and the culture that came through those path determinant choices of a given set of ancestors. They're not all just because they happen to be Black, right? So the idea that Blackness is itself an identity that was imposed prior to colonialism is, I think, problematic. But I do want to say that Pan-Africanism can be defended as a strategy to get reparations for Black people in certain states, right? The idea that as a Pan-Africanist, you are advocating for people in certain states to get their justice. And you believe that there is an affinity insofar as those Black people in Britain were oppressed by the British government, so the British government needs to make them whole. If other Black people somewhere else want to say that Black Americans were oppressed as Americans, so the American government needs to make them whole, that would be, I think, probably a good thing. That would be a good thing, but you're moving for a status solution. You're moving for a status solution. And what you're not trying to do is say that, like, some other state should make Black people whole. A status solution says, like, no, the state that Black people are in should be made whole. If you're talking about transnational agreements, things get a little bit complicated, right? So I think Black Americans are American first, and they should be American first because they were some of the first Americans. And what that means is that the United States needs to make Black Americans whole from the lineage harm that was done by America, not just sanctioned by America, but installed in and through America. So that, any help in that, I would appreciate. Now, when we talk about organized Jewry, Let's talk about what it is to be an organization. If you don't know, to be an organization is to have differentiated parts that all function in a certain way, that function together to sustain the whole. My heart isn't a heart when you abstract it from my body. You cut off my hand, it stops being a hand, although the hand isn't an organ. My skin, if you suck off my skin, it stops being skin, because part of what it is to be skin is to function with everything else in my body in a way that sustains my body. So an organ is differentiated parts that all work together, to sustain the whole, to sustain the living thing that is, right? And we're talking about living things because organs aren't really dead, because we're talking about activity. So it's activity of the thing that works with activity of a different thing that sustains the whole. That is what an organism is. Differentiated parts functioning in different, but in a way that sustain each other and the whole thing. So when you talk about something like organized jewelry, you're talking about not just like, well, we're vaguely powerful. No, there's a set in media that does what media does. And then there's a set in finance that does what finance does, and a set in medicine that does what medicine does. And at the Wolf Whistle or whatever, they will all come together in something like the World Jewish Conference, or the Conference of Jewish Republicans, or something like that, or and then decide how to sustain themselves, possibly by being parasites on whatever nation states they're from. And I think that nation states are actually very important, because they are an institution of freedom that organize all of the other institutions of freedom internal to those nation states. Now, Aristotle says that the state, at the level of the state, determines everything that happens in the city, everything that happens within the politeia. I think that's both true and misleading, right? So we have the kind of families we have in the United States because those are the kind of families that the United States allows. We don't allow some forms of polygamy or bigamy. We don't allow some forms of incest that might be popular other places. We stigmatize some things and we uphold other things. And that's something we can do as a people, as a state, and that differentiates us from other states. And I like being differentiated from other states because that means that I can be realized in the public realm, that the state has jurisdiction over. So states are institutions of freedom, and I'm very suspicious of institutions that undermine states as institutions of freedom. So this idea that other people will be here, amass lots of power in the United States, but then use that power for something that might undermine the United States interests, which is different from advocating for justice for Black people in the United States, because that's using someone else using state power for people in this state to get what they're due as members of this state. Right? It's not like trying to uphold an apartheid regime or something else. It's actually advocating for like a self-determination of people within the state. I think that's an important difference. Between Pan-Africanism and how Pan-Africanism is appropriate when we're trying to get support for reparations for Black Americans from the United States versus organized Jewry trying to get guns for Jews in Israel for the sake of, genociding Palestinians, right? So we're trying to advocate for self-determination of the people in the state, not trying to sustain an apartheid regime. I think that's an important difference. But also, we have to have arguments for people who think that organized Jewry is just what Pan-Africanism would be like if the Pan-Africans had a Haggadah, had an organizing principle and a little bit stronger internal ethic and a spiritual connection internally to the identity that allowed it to be what it is. Instead, what it is to be Black is to be born a certain way. What it is to be Black is to be born a certain way. And insofar as the struggle is similar, it's because of the external circumstances that have been imposed on being born a certain way. It's not an internal belief in a radical particularity. The goal of Black Americans is to be made whole Americans. And maybe make an America that remembers what it took to be made whole America, make America Black. Or to make America recognize what it means to be American as, this Black struggle, right? So that is why I am for states in general. I think they're institutions of freedom. I think Black people need to understand themselves as Black Americans first. And insofar as it's a strategy to get justice as Black Americans, we can go to Pan-Africanism, but understand that as an ideology, that my brothers and sisters, and I say this as a guy whose dad was actually from Ghana, I think citizenship matters and the nationhood matters. And so it should be a strategy to get justice in the nation, not pledge some allegiance to some brotherhood that, is a foreign nation, right? So let me look at chat.
This
really
is a
quick.
surprisingly bad argument. I'm kind of shocked. Would he read this from a freshman philosophy paper? Pan-Africanism, the only difference between Pan-Africanism and Zionism, in my opinion, and there are other major differences, but money and world influence. Pan-African and Zionism are, he's acting like Black Americans are the only Pan-Americans. Ooh. And funny enough, Pan-Africanism and Zionism probably started about, and I'm just going off the top of my head. I don't know this for sure, but they're both early 20th century responses to essentially European impression. I'm sorry, impression. I meant oppression. Yeah, Army's he's not convincing me. Damn. I'm used to him even when he's kind of, out there, at least kind of understanding where he's coming from. This is not a good argument. Wow.
And we'll find out what the people think.
What's up, 12th
of
man?
the differences between Pan-Africanism, which I think a lot of people think when they think of Pan-Africanism, they just think of what organized. It's a failed form of organized Jewry. So if Pan-Africanists had their stuff together, it would be more like the Jews. I don't think that, because I have a problem with like a stateless existence. We can be co-Black people and Jews can be co-religionists, but this idea that you have an affinity to Black people worldwide that should determine how you function in your citizenship, I think is dubious for a variety of reasons. And I hope you agree with me. Like I said, I'm going to try to look at chat right now to see what's going on there. But I think this has been a pretty substantive argument. I hope you understand. All right, so let me read chat. What do we have here? Okay, now leave Pan-Africanism in the grave. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of Pan-Africanism. I think it's an external identity. It's imposed externally. We are Black because we are all oppressed similarly in a way that rhymes, not exactly the same, but in a way that rhymes by the whites. But someone asks, it's not an internal identity. So someone asks, what acts of Burkean thought do you disagree with? All right, so Burkean is a kind of a famous conservative intellectual and former big mucky muck of England. And I think the most compelling aspect of Burkean philosophy is kind of his humanism, insofar as we don't really know why the things we do work. We don't really know why the traditions we do work, but we know that they do work, so don't mess around with them. Don't investigate. Don't expect them to make sense. We don't really know why they work, but they work and we're awesome. So don't mess with them and go with them. That is Burke. But I actually think that Burke can be Like a lot of our traditions, the ones that do work and make sense, can actually be justified in ways other than they just happen to be traditions that work. They can be justified by thought alone. And I've done all of, I've done all of these things. I've done all of these things. I've talked about this in other videos, mostly the ones on Hegel, and that thought actually has content, and we can get a lot of what it means to be a person out of thought alone. And what the conditions it means to be self-determining as a person, and to think is free from thought alone. We don't need to rely on tradition for tradition's sake. We can justify everything, even onto like marriage and market-based civil society and political states through kind of thought alone and thinking about the conditions of thought for anything to make sense. I like the idea that for anything to make sense, marriage has to make sense. It's not obvious that it's the case, and it's pretty late in the argument. You have to get through what nature is, and then on how that negates itself in the human. But yeah, that's pretty cool. All right, so someone says, Joshua and Andre says, do you think that American first ideology means we have to be supportive of American imperialism abroad? No. No, actually. It means that we should support America as a state working with other states. Right? I think the foreign adventures actually turns America into an empire that turns the U.S. into Rome, which is one of those reasons why I'm for borders, and I want other people to have borders, and I want other people to have very functioning states that are over there, and so we can have functioning states that are in our way functioning here. So they can do their thing the way they want, and we can do our thing the way we want, because we have borders keeping our thing from their thing. And I think that that's appropriate, as long as their thing is self-determining and our thing is self-determining. And even if that we take a hit for our quality of life for the sake of sovereignty and their sovereignty, that would be worth sovereignty. All right. Patrick playing piano says, hypothetical, Ghana became richer than the U.S. Would you be for Ghana paying African Americans reparations? Why would Ghana become richer than the U.S.? It depends on why. I think we need to work on America paying American reparations. We're the ones who print money. And we degraded Black people for the sake of other Americans. So this is an internal problem that we can solve internally. Great conversation. Like, share, and donate. I think so too. I don't think anyone's putting the title "organized jewelry" in their bio. So we'll see how long this stays up. But I do think, I think I'm right. And I think it's important just to talk about what an organization is. An organization is differentiated parts all working together in a way that functions to sustain the whole, and each other as differentiated parts. All right, so I suspect you are more on board with tradition than is respectable. I don't justify the practices because they're tradition. I think a lot of traditional things happen to be able to be legitimized other ways. For example, I think America's legitimate as a project in self-determination, but not for all of the reasons all the differentiated founders laid out. I don't think it's because we need to be so anti-Catholic as some of the people in the Northeast were, or because we want to make sure that King George doesn't free our slaves as the people in the South were. I actually think that accidentally we landed on a model of self-determination that can be actually sustained and improved upon in a reasonable and appropriate way. But the way it historically came about as tradition and what it happens, how it can be legitimized, are two different things. That's the same for marriage. I think the nuclear family, for reasons I discussed before, as an emancipation from both clan governance and government control and church control, the nuclear family is actually a legitimate, a legitimized expression of freedom. But even if it didn't emerge that way, could have emerged for all of these other dicey reasons. So what someone says, can you say self-determined reparations? Yes, as insofar as America is an institution of self-determination. We work through the political and social processes, and we determine that we need to make Black people whole for the damage that we've done to their line, not just to individual Black people in the past, but their line. And I'm not just talking about the lost wages or whatever. I'm talking about the family culture, the degradation, the cultural degradation, right? So Joshua Andre says, I had a debate with my sister about the efficacy of marriage in 21st century. I agree that it's good for building wealth generationally. Do you believe that marriage still has good use now? I think the wealth argument is a poor one. I think the kids argument and the family argument is a better one, right? So marriage is good because it's a special way of being with someone and with a group of people that you can't be with in civil society. You can be with, it's a special way of self-determination that's kind of crude in this co-determination, but you have someone who's there with you for richer, for poor. It's not a strategy for money. It's a way of being. It's a way of being able to express yourself, knowing that you can be with someone and who will create a world for you that'll interact with you, but is still not alienated from you. Right? So, and it also serves as a unified ethical center for your kids. So you get particular kids and not just a mess of kids. In order to be anything, you have to be a particular something. And if you have two different households with two different particularities, that means you're nothing. So go ahead and be an Orthodox Jew. Go ahead and be a Orthodox Catholic. Go ahead and be an Orthodox LDS. But when you try to mix all these things together, you end up, or have one parent who's serious about all of them, you end up with a nothing. You don't want a nothing. You want unified households with their particularities. In the same way you want unified states that are particular. You want to be an American that's distinct from Canadian. I'm not such a fan of dual citizenship now. I think that you need to be where you are and fight where you're at. All right. Someone says, I made the kids argument as well, drawing a lot of your ideas, actually. Thank you. I think I'm right. No fault divorce is a form of child abuse. It fractures the kid's psyche. It's psychological damage. You have irreconcilable differences with your spouse, but 50-50 custody, as if that metaphysically makes sense. And so you end up with kids who are just a kind of a disaster. They have to reconcile the differences the parents are too cowardly to address. All right. What is your response to people who value individualism for its own sake? All right. So individualism is a pretty late function. Right? You need so many cultural conditions to account for individualism. Nothing in your life is individual in any point in your life, but it's especially true when you're younger, right? You grow up, every individual, every aspect of your individuality when you're a child is not self-sufficient. It's sufficient on a family. It's sufficient on other people who love you and who are taking care of you and deciding what taking care of you looks like. So you're not an individual there. Then you can say, well, I'm mature individuality. Well, when you're a mature adult and you're an agent in your life, you've achieved the kind of individuality, but it's an individuality. You're an individual American. You're an individual Georgian. You're an individual member of this family. You're an individual career person where you have a boss.
Damn, he is full of bad arguments tonight.
Your individuality.
If you're not an individual, that might be materially so, but spiritually you are. Everybody kind of doing what they want to do. Kids learn that instinct early. Very debatable.
Is still in context that determines and shapes what kind of individual you are. There are no abstract individuals. There are only relative individuals where that aspect of individuality can interact with the determined aspect in a way that calls them individuals, as opposed to people who are obviously and overly determined by, family or jobs or anything like that. All right, so no one is an abstract individual. No one is even a spiritual individual. It takes a lot of cultural baggage and time and history to achieve the individual, our notion of individuality. And a lot of people who consider themselves abstract individuals are surprised when no one comes to their funeral. Because, or when surprised when they can't do anything meaningful, because to do something meaningful means to act in context. And so, like, I don't know, you're trying, right? So what would you say that the decline of Black civil society and autonomous community organizations since the pre-civil rights era can be attributed to the breakdown of the Black family? Yeah, that makes sense. I mean, so civil society is the market-based institutions through which we produce and consume goods and services from each other. And we need, actually, that is premised on strong families. So there's this idea that there's a village abstracted from family and that the village will do all these things. But actually, the village is just networked families. And without networked families, like you don't have, you just have a lot of network debt and liabilities and people adding liabilities on to each other. So yeah, without a Black family, we're not going anywhere. But what we need to resuscitate the Black family is a quality of reparations that gets us the ability to organize, to tell people the importance of the Black family, right? Because right now, the people who control the Black mind do not have Black people in mind, or the self-determination of Black people in mind. They control Black people, the Black mind, for their own interests. It's either market society that wants Black people to buy stuff, and it's easy to buy stuff you shouldn't buy if you don't have family members saying that maybe you shouldn't buy that. Or it's organizations that just prey on Black labor and Black vulnerability, like parasites. Or, there are a lot of feminist organizations that want to break up the Black family just because it gives white women relative power over, like, their family, but it completely destroys Black family, and they're okay to sacrifice, like, the utter destruction for Black family, of the Black family, for relative control over their white ones. All right, someone says, "Oh, thanks for recommending Sport of the Gods. Great book, and it got me feeling down." It is a fantastic book. Paul Laurence Dunbar. He did another one about a preacher that was pretty good. I can't remember the title right now, but yeah, Sport of the Gods, I think, is a wonderful little book, written in early 19th century. No, early 1900s, like 1903, 1905. But it reads like something that could be written today. First of all, he's a good writer. Second of all, it's just we're still having the trouble of trying to find a Black family that makes sense in a world that, like, hates Black families. So read Sport of the Gods by Paul Laurence Dunbar. And also, if you appreciate what I'm doing, which I think you should, in these times of woe and want, go to www.funkyacademic.com and kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month, and I'll keep doing it. I don't know how long this video is going to stay up, so what I'm going to do is I'm going to log off. I'm going to download this video because, for reasons. So, I just think that maybe I might get a strike or banned or something like that for suggesting that there's such a thing as organized Jewry, when, like, there are entire conferences where, like, wealthy Jews from all over the world will come together and decide what the next move is, right? So another difference between organized Jewry and Pan-Africanism is that there's a Haggadah, right? There's a story that tells Jews who they are, what they are, and what it means to be who they are and what they are, and a time for answering questions. There's an entire political internal process that's been, like, disseminated in households for every Seder, and then, like, kind of moves up, and it kind of ties it together in the way that we don't have. There's no Pan-African Haggadah. There's no Black Haggadah. The closest was the NOI story, which I think is actually good for orienting some Black people, but there's no organizing principle. There's no spiritual unity. There's an externally imposed unity that's held together by phenotype, but no spiritual unity that's worked out through our minds about what it is to be Black. But I did teach my kids bid whist, so I am trying to do something for the culture. Technology, I think, is good. I think every Black person should know what technology is. like I think there's something to be said for the NOI in terms of maybe not the bean pies, but the storytelling and the understanding of purpose.
I'm gonna be honest, Brian. No, it's actually not our tradition. Once again, it is Whose tradition? It's not even a white people tradition. Um, dude, I remember as a kid the Peanuts cartoons and a Charlie Brown Christmas. I think it's Lucy talks about, how Christmas has gotten so commercial. What's the same with all our holidays? um, Turkey is a tradition because of basically, you know, uh, some people like turkey, and these days, if it's a tradition, it's because it's hyped. The president pardons turkeys. If he pardoned pigs, we'd be having barbecue. Um, whose tradition? No, it was Lucy. And oh, that's gonna have to be that's gonna have to be sorry. Sorry, I was I was chewing when I read this. Whiteys are turkey lovers. Oh, yeah, that I can't I can't pass that one up. I wish you'd said that before this this show with the turkey as the thumbnail. But good one. That's that is funny. So let's finish up irony, and I don't know. It is 9. I've actually been up since 5, and not like I had a whole bunch to do, but I went to sleep really early because I was so tired after dinner, cooking dinner, then eating dinner. I was like a lead balloon. I was sinking fast.
What are my thoughts on FD Fire and him calling you out for your Nick Fuentes take? Hey, look, FD Signifier is a talented man. I don't think anyone's going to get better for listening to him, but he's entertaining. I think he's a liberal. Do I see him as more helpful or hurtful? I see him as very popular in a way that's irrelevant. Like I said, he doesn't change anyone's mind.
Oh wow.
He might make it harder to do black male studies, and because he's a feminist and I'm not, but it's popular to be feminist. He's everyone's favorite black man. He's like the Cosby of this generation. And was Cosby a net positive or net negative for black people? I don't know. I think it was ultimately confusing, but I think he's a guy. I wouldn't mind talking to him maybe off camera and just how much of it is a character, how much is sincere. He puts in his time, he does the work. He deserves to eat too. So I think he's an entertainer. I don't watch his videos because, like I said, I don't think they actually raise consciousness.
Well, then, if you don't watch his videos, how do you
I'm
know
trying to
so
make
much
sure that you
about him?
marry someone who
That's amazing.
doesn't divorce you. I'm trying to make sure you don't screw up your kids or your line. I'm actually trying to give you arguments. I don't really know if he's doing that in the same way, but yeah, I'll get to voting Democrat. All right, so the best thing he could do right now is have a revolution and change, and then take his audience with him, right? So I get punished because I've I figured out a lot of things before. Now, as he gets more radical, he might be able to take his audience with him. I don't know. That would be useful. But right now, he's just where he is, and I don't think that's particularly useful. All right, so I hope you appreciate the work I'm doing, or the risk I'm doing by writing the words I'm doing and saying what I'm saying. And you go to www.funkyacademic.com, kick in $5, $15, or $50 a month. Share this with your friends, and happy Thanksgiving. Peace.
Yeah, I think that that pretty much ends it. Turkey. Wait, hold it. Turkey is all American for Thanksgiving. My God. All American where? Well, obviously in America, but again, that's that Ozzie and Harriet bullshit. Son, you need to do a little bit more research. Well, Zhang, all I have to say is that it happened in a subway station. You could say it was a slow train coming, and finally it's here. So you set yourself free. Take those pills from the homeless man. Be careful now. Don't drive. Let's see, what else do we have? Because I actually think that well, see, looks like T is about to go live. Let's look in the old playlist to see if there's anything interesting. Let's see, I showed that. I don't think that I see everything I would want to watch is too long. This is interesting.
Until black buyers began to set their eyes on the white Atlanta neighborhood called Mosley Park. And it's right here on the map. It's just west of Ashby Street. This community had a 38-acre park, a super large swimming pool, a clubhouse, and a 3-story elementary school. So in the 1930s, blacks started inching their way towards this direction. And as they did, the whites kept their eyeballs locked on them, watching their every move. So to find out what took place afterwards, we need to continue from the 2005 book, White Flight by Dr. Kevin Kruse. Unity. But most of them, 40 out of 46, had saved enough money to purchase their own homes. Those homes were by far their largest investment, and their neighborhood a prized possession. The them refers to those who identified as white in Mosley Park. They were mostly skilled and semi-skilled blue-collar workers who worked hard to buy these homes. All of the authorities in their lives insisted that the presence of blacks would destroy both. Why? Because their understanding was that blacks would tear up any neighborhood they lived in. And by them simply living in the neighborhood, the property values would plummet. So everyone, including the VA and the FHA, insisted that blacks would undo everything they worked so hard to get. When blacks began taking over blocks of Hunter Street to the east, for instance, white residents convinced the city to change the name of their part of Hunter to Mosley Drive, so they could avoid the stigma of having a black address. You see the importance of a name? The whites knew they had to change that name quickly, lest it be associated with the blackness. Whites living in a black neighborhood meant a drop in status. They knew other whites would think to themselves, oh, why would Susan and Mark live in a black neighborhood? There must be something wrong with them. Their finances must not be looking too good. Or they're setting their kids up for failure. That's the downgrade they knew was coming. So they changed the name quickly to avoid the stigma of living in a black area. Now listen to this. There was this veteran of the rich complexion who decided to build a home near the border, but on the black side of it. And even that made the whites very uncomfortable. They tried to get his building permit revoked. And when that didn't work, they tried to use the church. The pastor repeatedly called the young veteran, begging him to build elsewhere or, at the very least, turn his home around so it would not face Mosley Place. And what else? When that approach failed, 50 residents banded together to purchase the lot back from the black owner in order to keep them off the street, as one of them later put it. Those negotiations fell through, but yielded an unexpected result. Scott informed them that
Negroes would pay much more for these lots than the whites thought they were worth.
this is key right here. Money and profits were now a factor. So some whites began seeing new gates open with opportunities. Thus, unable to remove Scott, some whites instead decided to remove themselves, placing their homes on the black real estate market. In other words, they sold out their community. This was why those racial covenants were so useful, because they stopped other whites from breaking the code. If they tried to sell to Negroes, then the community could take them to court and block the sale. And the reason why they needed that legal protection was because there was too many whites who were willing to sell out when the profits were involved. And that's due to the increased emergence of the individualism entity. But once the U.S. Supreme Court in 1948 said that racial covenants were no longer enforceable, then you get more whites doing what the Turners did here.
I feel like they have a right, that this is a free country. I did not object to colored people building there on their property. They owned it.
But just as she claimed Scott had a right to stay there, Maybelle Turner asserted her own prerogative to sell and leave.
I did not feel like I wanted to be there and be a fence to protect other people.
She said, I'm out of here. Y'all can deal with the problem. And the reason why what she did matter so much is because it only takes one or two whites to sell out before they eventually lose most of their community. Soon thereafter, the Turners listed their home with a black real estate agent, starting a domino effect along Mosley Place. Here we go. Ogletree next door at 1406 Mosley, salesman John Ogletree and his wife Ethel quickly listed their house with a black broker. Margaret Hall of 1416 soon followed suit.
Mrs. Turner and Mrs. Ogletree were selling their houses to colored people. I knew no white person would buy mine.
That's the domino effect. Panic starts kicking in because they start thinking the property values are plummeting. And they're panicking because they don't want to be stuck in the neighborhood. Which means what? Lower status, like we talked about earlier. So it starts to become a race to get rid of the homes. In response, some whites tried to keep their neighbors from selling.
Well, they had committees come down and suggest that we stay down there and be on the fence and let the colored live there. They said they didn't blame me, but that they wished that I wouldn't sell being down there and stay and protect them.
They wanted to throw her under the bus. They wanted her and her husband Ed to be on the front line like an infantryman. And she wasn't having it.
Nope.
The Turners realized, however, that their neighbors only wanted them to stay on the front lines of defense because they feared blacks would then become their next door neighbors. That's a terrifying thing to the white consciousness.
I told them that if they objected so much to me selling, they could move on down there to my place, but they didn't want to do that.
That's a good point, Ed. If they were so concerned about it, then let's switch places and that will resolve the matter. But they didn't want to do that. They didn't want to be the talk of the community. You know, Dan and Mary lived 2 doors down from the N-words? It couldn't have been me. They must not care that much about their kids' future. Oh, snaps, this stuff is wild. While some whites pleaded with their neighbors, others tried intimidation. Chief among these was Ramsey Allen, a bricklayer who had lived at 1433 Mosley Place for 14 years. Allen wasn't trying to give it up. Pay attention. Although the white two-story house belonged to his elderly in-laws, Allen was as fiercely protective of the neighborhood as any homeowner. He argued with John Calhoun in August 1948 and William Scott in October, but finally decided to take his case directly to the whites who betrayed him by showing their homes to blacks, which is exactly what he should have done. Don't get mad at the Negro for buying something that's for sale, because if it wasn't for sale, he wouldn't have bought it in the first place. You see how simple that is? But when you have people that sell out for profits and betray the community, then you need to speak to them because they initiated the problem. So Mr. Allen went on over there to the Turners and a couple other whites who were selling, and he used the threats to stop them from selling since he couldn't use the courts. But they weren't budging. Each of them quickly sold their homes to Negroes. This was in 1948. Now, in 1951, blacks moved in more fiercely as more whites became more willing to sell. The black realtors stuck together and they held out their advertising for the area until they had a majority of owners that were ready to sell. Now, on the first Sunday of September 1951, the black realtors met their threshold and they were now ready to sell. Here we go. The next week, the pages were nearly filled with listings there. In 2-column photo spreads with half-inch banners, the Alexander Callaway Real Estate Company announced,
"Let us help you purchase a beautiful home in the Mosley Park section."
Oh, Ramsey Allen was hurt when he saw this. I know he was hurt. In all caps, too, I know he was hurt. Agents encouraged all of Black Atlanta to drive through the neighborhood, browse its streets, and attend open houses.
"These homeowners want to sell. They are friendly people who want you to stop, look, and call us for an appointment."
The whole region was up for grabs, they promised. It sure was. An already heavy load of listings grew heavier as white homeowners further south rushed to put their property up for sale. That's the domino effect kicking in. You didn't want to be the only white left in the community. It's over with. It's time to give it up. Blacks were moving in, and the supremacy entity requires a distance to be maintained to continue the feeling of superiority. So it was time to pack it up and leave.
Whites panicked, and many became anxious to sell to get the top dollar while the getting was good.
Remember T.M. Alexander, then president of the Empire Real Estate Board and an active realtist himself. Uh-oh.
One Sunday, while driving a black client around, a white lady stood out, motioning to us excitedly to
come look at our house.
By early October, entire rows of homes on Mim Street and Westview Drive were likewise listed for black buyers. By the end of the year, the realtists and bankers had secured the sales of most of the property around Mosley Place. Finally, on January 2nd, 1952, moving day, all the black buyers arrived together to take possession of their new homes. This stuff is wild. But this is showing you the history and events that amplified white exodus to the suburbs. And they didn't just mysteriously wake up one day in suburbs like Marietta and others around the major cities. These here were the kind of events that accelerated their movement out there. And there's going to be more on this, so pay attention because it's all tying together on how they adapted their language and their approach. Okay? So right now, I want to thank you for your time and attention. My name is Brooklyn St. Michael, and I'll see you in the free world.
Oops. All right, folks. Well, I'm going to pack it in. One note. Kevin Cruz is more or less an economic historian. At least he's a historian who writes a lot about economics. He's got this book which I've never read, and then there's another one called damn it, something like The Price of Slavery, talking about slavery as an economic system, and people who tell you that American slavery wasn't a capitalist enterprise are either bullshitting you or they don't understand. You could mortgage slaves. You could buy insurance on slaves. You could literally have human bodies as basically derivatives. You could generate profit off of mortgaging a slave. So, yeah, slavery was a capital venture. Why is he making videos next to his sump pump? Probably because he's down in the basement. Um, or, and I don't know this for sure, but it kind of looks like a place that the protagonist of Ralph Ellison, the Invisible Man, he lived in a basement, and I think Richard Wright's Bigger Thomas lived in a basement, like down with the furnaces and stuff like that. But I don't know. It might just be a coincidence. But if I had a basement, I'd do YouTube down in YouTube shows down in my basement. So that's why I think. But you do know he has a channel. You could always go into his comments and ask why. Shang, you want me to drop his link for you so you can ask him in his chat, Zhang? Just put a 1 if you want me to. So waiting on Zhang's not putting a 1 in the chat because I know he won't. Oh, wait, hold it. I just saw 1. Okay, well let me go ahead and give you the link. This will be to his
Now everything
to
was
his
peaches
show.
and
You
cream.
can just leave a comment. Why do you do your shows in the basement, sir? So this is Brooklyn St. Michael is his name. And there's the show. You can just leave that in his comment section. So anyway, I've enjoyed it, folks. Probably not the best time to do it the day after Thanksgiving, but I had fun, and thank you to Mo Love for co-hosting at least for a little while. And I really ought to drop her link too. I'm a bad host, folks. There it is. So this will be her channel, Mo Love's channel. And she does a show, usually it's late night Sundays into Monday morning. I do recommend it, especially if you like things like Bible study and mental health. Somehow or another, the two are linked, and she will tell you how and why they're linked. So this is Mo Love's channel. I suspect because there can be a few mental cases who show up for that show, but I will leave it up to you once you tune into the show, her show. You judge for yourself. I am often wrong about these things. And with that, I will bid you all good night. No idea if I'll do a show tomorrow. Depends on if I get bored. I don't particularly have any theme in mind, but some of you have my email address. Feel free to email me if there's something you want to talk about. Otherwise, I will see you Monday afternoon around about 1 or 1:30. So have a good rest of your Thanksgiving holiday. And I'm about to go eat a leftover, some turkey from yesterday with fresh made pita bread that I just made. Yeah, y'all take it easy.